Today I have this motion, I'm ready to lay this motion on the reprioritized budget for fiscal 2026. But before I start, I want to ask for leave so that I can actually read from a script at some portions of my presentation.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I wish to start this presentation by saying how grateful I am, how proud I am, and privileged I am to stand here as Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, and being afforded the opportunity by the Honorable Chief Secretary to join this team on June 28, 2025, and 2024, sorry. And the work that I have done, I feel confident that there was an indelible mark. I feel confident that there has been an exceeding of expectations, and I want to thank my colleagues here today for the confidence that has been placed in me to work as Secretary of Finance. It has actually been a rewarding experience. It has been life-changing, and I hope that the work that I have done truly reflects how I feel about how I have performed in this role. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to also thank the members around this horseshoe for the support, the unwavering and overwhelming support that I've had. I have actually made some friendships and bonds with these noble people, and I intend to keep these relationships for a lifetime. Allow me to also thank my family, my close friends and well-wishers for the support as well, because this could not be done without the support of my husband and my 3 sons, who sometimes wait up for very late hours for me to come home and talk about the day and all the things that a mother is entrusted to do. So I wish to also thank my family, friends, and those persons who call me all the time and give me the commendations and even the criticisms during my time here as Secretary of Finance. And most importantly, I want to thank God for the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding. Everything I do, I commit it to God, and I want to say openly and publicly thank you to the Most High God for what He has done in my life. A special good afternoon for those who are here as well, our supporters, who is in the public gallery, those listening online on all various media platforms. I wish you a good afternoon. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration has presented 4 solid, technically unchallenged fiscal packages during its 4 years in office. We have instituted order, discipline, a sense of sense, and basic fiscal decency to the budgetary processes of the Assembly. These transformative developments were laid by the Honorable Chief Secretary, Farley Chavez Augustine, who led the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy and set the foundation on which I continue to build in the interest of the people of Tobago. Last year around this time, I presented my first reprioritized budget statement to this Honorable House and to the people of Tobago, specifically on the budgetary processes, the fiscal realities of the Tobago House of Assembly. And I'm here again today to do the same thing, accounting to the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I now want to turn to a kind of conceptual backdrop upon which this reprioritized budget has been set. This budget is a product of 2 legally and intimately connected budgetary processes which are fastened in a single equation, the national budget. Madam Presiding Officer, you may recall that on June 23rd, earlier this year, in keeping with the provisions of the THA Act No. 40 of 1996, in my capacity as Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, I presented the Tobago House of Assembly budget statement for fiscal 2026, and I laid the draft estimates of revenues and expenditures for fiscal 2026 entitled Accelerating Growth, Anchoring Fiscal Stability. In that presentation, Madam Presiding Officer, I advised this Honorable House, and by extension the wider global community, of the following pivotal departure from the traditional format of the budget statement. We have developed the Strategic Development Planning Pathway entitled Towards the Greatest Little Island on the Planet, a Strategic Development Planning Pathway starting in fiscal 2026, which is 2025 to 2045. It is a 20-year development planning pathway. The second pivotal departure is that we took a policy decision to implement the recommendations of the IMF's Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, CARTAC, to reorient the Assembly's two-stage budgetary process by presenting the draft estimates of expenditures and revenues informed by our development agenda priorities in the first phase. And as I'm now doing, we are back in the House after the national budget was approved by Parliament with a more refined and sharpened statement which presents specific details on the actual programs and projects that will constitute the Assembly's work program for fiscal 2026. Madam Presiding Officer, it is important for me to repeat and remind of the fact that the current constitutional legal arrangements that sets up and directs the THA's budgetary processes denies the Tobago House of Assembly of any real and meaningful fiscal and budgetary sovereignty. Overwhelmingly, Madam Presiding Officer, the THA's budgetary process is demarcated by uncertainties, especially as it relates to the parliamentary appropriation. It is against this backdrop that I inform you that the Constitution and the THA Act are without the much-needed modern governance provisions. Therefore, this administration will continue to demand the urgent completion of the age-old internal self-government project and accord to Tobagonians our fundamental right to self-determined destiny. Madam Presiding Officer, it would be remiss of me today to not share and record the significantly elevated levels of respect, understanding, collaboration, peace, positivity, and co-creation of reasoned solutions to public issues and the problems between the UNC Central Government and the island government of Tobago. As Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, I've had the opportunity to interface with the former Minister of Finance, former Minister Mr. Colman Burt, and the current Minister of Finance, Mr. Devendranath Tanku. They are not only distinguishable by height, but more profoundly by humility, respect, a sense of fairness in exercise of authority of the office of the Minister of Finance. Madam Presiding Officer, in dealing with the former minister, it was nothing short of a political nightmare of arrogance and spitefulness at levels way beyond his height. Permit me to share one episode of Tobago's fiscal and financial terrifying experiences with the former minister. As usual, I led a delegation of public officers to a meeting with the former minister and his team in Trinidad. I requested a meeting, as usual, to discuss Tobago's needs and request for fiscal 2025 and other related matters, such as the now legally dismantled Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Madam Presiding Officer, we presented the data to the minister at the time that Tobago's population had grown to 5.1% of the national population. Therefore, in keeping with the baseline per capita share of the Dispute Resolution Commission recommendation, the allocation to the THA should be no less than 5.1%. the former minister's reply was, if I were to give Tobago more, it would mean that somewhere in Trinidad will get less, and I'm not willing to do that. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to raise another issue which I've raised already in this House, but it is important to reiterate that there was an issue of an insurance payment of US $372,752 that was sent for Tobago to restore for the damage that was caused by Hurricane Beryl. The response of the minister was that he pays the premium and therefore Tobago is not getting the payout. I also raised the issue of not receiving all the monies approved by Parliament. As a matter of fact, I wrote the minister on the shortfalls in terms of the releases to the Tobago House of Assembly for 7 fiscal years, and that was equivalent to $166 million of the monies that we deserve. According to the Appropriation Act, Tobago was supposed to receive a specific amount each year. And the aggregate of the shortfall was $166 million. Madam Presiding Officer, the response of the former Minister of Finance was that he has the authority under the Exchequer and Audit Act of 1965 to adjust the allocation as he sees fit. Let us compare that to that foregoing distasteful attitude and behavior with the current Minister of Finance, the taller of the two. My team and I met with Minister Tanku formally on 2 occasions. From the first encounter, there was an atmosphere of collaboration. This is a gentleman I do not know. This is the first time I'm meeting him. There was an attitude of collaboration, openness, understanding, and readiness to work together for the advancement of Tobago and Trinidad, and a genuine display of respect for the members of the Assembly and to Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, that was sometime in June. I met with Minister Tanku again in September of 2025 to discuss Tobago's budgetary needs for fiscal 2026 and other adjacent matters. We presented the data, the same data that we presented to the former minister. We presented the same evidence of Tobago's population share of 5.1% of the national population. Madam Presiding Officer, the reasonableness have manifested into the largest share ever to the Tobago House of Assembly of 5%. Largest share of 5% in fiscal 2026. And I must put on record here that I don't think that we will ever go back to 4 point anything, courtesy this administration. Additionally, for the first time since 2014, the THA has received every single cent that was allocated by Parliament according to the Appropriation Act. And these developments also signal a new dawn of intentional fairness, fiscal and financial peace and collaboration between the UNC central government and the current administration of the THA. Madam Presiding Officer, the expressed and demonstrated intentional fairness and respect for the THA and Tobagonians were again reiterated publicly and actioned by the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, at this special sitting of this House only last week. The Prime Minister, throughout her speech, continuously restated her administration's policy position towards ensuring Tobago and Trinidad walk side by side and not one behind the other. The most impactful action of the Prime Minister was dropping a huge boulder of respect and fairness by the hand delivery to the Honorable Chief Secretary, the long sought after export license for the Studley Park quarry. She smashed 4 years of unjustifiable denial by the former PNM central government. Madam Presiding Officer, more will be said about these developments from my colleagues in this debate. Tobagonians will really know what is really at stake for them with this administration. Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to put on record that this is what Tobago deserves. This is not any curry favor from the current administration, but this is what Tobago deserves. There's a tagline now, Tobago deserves better, and I do agree. And Tobago has been getting better within the last 4 years. Tobago indeed deserves better, and this administration has given Tobago better and will continue to up the ante and give Tobago better. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's development pathway for fiscal 2026 were carefully packaged in the budget statement which I presented earlier this year. They were all aimed at accelerating growth and anchoring fiscal stability, which equates to the first-year implementation of the strategic development planning pathway towards the greatest little island on the planet. You may recall that the areas identified in my budget statement for targeted capital investment in fiscal 2026 included the following: tourism and the creative sector, agriculture, infrastructure, digital technologies, human capital development, education and training, and investment in the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's development needs are huge and requires organized and structured planning and focused programming attention. And this is what our strategic planning pathway offers. Equally important, it requires a central government that is fair and sensitive to the needs of Tobago and the people of Tobago, and one that sees that the investment in Tobago's development is an investment in national development and diversification. Relatedly, it also requires a central government that would not mortgage Tobago's development for petty partisan politics. And I take the liberty to say that these are the expressed and manifested policy positions of the new UNC central government that gave life to the renewed sense of hope, respect, and fairness. Madam Presiding Officer, I now turn to the budgetary constraints for fiscal 2026. Madam Presiding Officer, in my last budget statement in June, I requested a total of $3.8 billion, comprising of $2.71 billion for recurrent expenditure, $1 billion for the development program expenditure, $92 million for URP, and $43.4 million for CPEP. The Minister of Finance, in his recent 2026 national budget statement, allocated a total of $2.97 billion to the Tobago House of Assembly for fiscal 2026, of which $2.74 billion was allocated for recurrent expenditure, $201.5 million for development program expenditure, $18 million for URP, and $9.2 million for CPEP. Madam Presiding Officer, the allocation to the THA for fiscal 2026, as I said, it represents 5% of the national budget. And this budgetary allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly represents a stark departure from the traditional practice of the central government to allocate to the Tobago House of Assembly a share of the national budget close to the minimum of the DRC recommendation of 4.03%. This is a testimony and speaks volume of the enhanced fairness, collaboration, and harmonious relationship between the central government and the THA. Allow me now to let us look at the allocations in further details. And I will disaggregate for you the recurrent expenditure by its 4 subheads. Personal expenditure was allocated $757.7 million. Goods and services, $788.7 million. Minor equipment purchases, $13.5 million. Current transfers and subsidies, $1.2 billion. The recurrent allocations to the Assembly for fiscal 2026 represent 1.2% more than what the Tobago House of Assembly requested. Notably, the development program allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly for fiscal 2026 of 201.5 million, or approximately 20% of the $1 billion requested. Although the allocation to the THA for development did not meet our expectations, with skillful, prudent, and careful management, we will ensure that the development program of the THA is not compromised. I will now turn to our reprioritized framework and policy programs of this administration. In view of the parliamentary appropriations to the Tobago House of Assembly, we had to revise our development agenda priority programs and projects to be delivered to the people of Tobago. In this regard, the Chief Secretary constituted and presided over a two-day retreat where these matters were discussed in detail. Madam Presiding Officer, the programs and projects selected as priorities were those that would significantly improve the living standards and well-being of Tobagonians and move Tobago along the pathway towards the greatest little island on the planet. We also strive for a balanced development by ensuring the best geographical spread. At the core of our prioritization process was the deployment of the Strategic Selectivity Institutional Framework, which prioritizes programs and projects based on the following: impact, sustainability, economic and environmental impact, cost effectiveness, feasibility, sustainability, risk, and social impact. Madam Presiding Officer, adjacent to the Strategic Selectivity Framework, we are also institutionalizing financial and fiscal discipline towards anchoring fiscal stability through several reforms on the expenditure side to improve efficiency in spending. To this end, we will be optimizing our processes, upskilling our staff by way of task-specific training. We will be implementing cost-cutting strategies as usual and cost-saving strategies because we have to confine and restrict our recurrent expenditure to fiscal 2025 levels. We will facilitate intentional joint procurement arrangements within our divisions, and we will also deploy public-private partnership strategies and relationships. The policy decisions for fiscal 2026 emanating from the reprioritization and the budget streamlining exercise revealed the following. One, as I said before, the recurrent expenditure across divisions of the Assembly will be restricted to 2025 levels. The 2025 total expenditure levels in total, was $2.17 billion. We will ensure that a provisional transfer of at least $300 million be made to the development program from the funds available under the allocation occasioned by the restriction of recurrent expenditures, as I said, to 2025 levels, and distribute these among the revised list of our priority programs and projects that will be presented. That a total of $103 million be used from the unspent balances. From 2025, we will be paying contractors, because there's a talk that we have not been paying contractors. We have paid contractors over $75 million on works that were satisfactory and verified. We will also utilize our unspent balances to do the usual CPEP and URP payment in terms of the shortfalls that occur on an annual basis from the central government allocations. Madam Presiding Officer, I will now present to you some of our key reprioritized programs, projects, and initiatives for fiscal 2026 by division. Please note that these are only some of the priority projects because in the interest of time, my colleagues will elaborate on the ongoing projects and all their priorities under each division. Under the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, we will invest a total of $94.5 million into these priority areas. One, the development of the mega farming projects in Friendship and Goldsboro. 2, the construction and reconstruction of fishing facilities across areas such as Palatavere, Corland, King Peters Bay Road, Lambo, and Louisville. The construction of the Mason Hall Food Hub. The construction and upgrade of the access roads across various locations in Tobago. The reconstruction of the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, and the reconfiguration of the Louisville processing facility specifically for agro-processing purposes. Under the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation, we will invest a total of $99.6 million in some of the following areas. 1, product development, marketing, destination branding, and enhanced airlift arrangements for Tobago. The redevelopment of the Storby Beach facility. The execution of the Scarborough Beautification Project. The upgrade of the No Man's Land and Pigeon Point Beach facilities. We will roll out a scholarship program undertaken by the Division of Tourism in collaboration with the Division of Education. And we will also settle the outstanding liabilities under the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited. Under the Division of Education, Research and Technology, total investment of $50.095 million will be utilized as follows under the following programs. The Secondary and Primary School Upgrade and Repair Program, the financial assistance to university students through the Department of Advanced Training and Advisory Services, with focus on pursuits in public financial management, logistics, supply chain management, procurement, and tourism studies. The commencement of construction for the new Scarborough Secondary School. The commencement of the Tobago Special Education Campus. And also the development of the Tobago-centric education curriculum. Under the Division of Community Development, Youth Development, and Sport, a total investment of $20.9 million will be used to fund the following: the construction works on the Charlottesville Multipurpose Center and Pavilion, the completion of the Goodwood Recreation Ground Pavilion, Phase 2 construction works of the Corland Beach Sporting Arena, the completion of the refurbishment works and upgrade of the Shore Park hard courts, and development works and preparatory works on the Culloden playing field. Under the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries, and Urban Development, $216.84 million will be invested for the following programs and projects: the execution of the Southwest Tobago Drainage Upgrade Program, the upgrade of the plant and machinery at the Studley Park Enterprise Limited, the execution of the Accelerated Island-Wide Road Improvement and Infrastructure Upgrade Program. We will also undertake to construct a bridge between Orange Hill and Spring Garden. The URP program is also a priority under the Division of Infrastructure. Under the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, a total of $31.27 million will be used to fund the following: the acquisition, these are just priorities. The acquisition of the magnetic resonance imaging on MRI scanner and hyperbaric equipment. The upgrade to the public health facility at Signal Hill. The digitization of social protection services and grants. The redesign and refurbishment of the A&E department and the expansion of the surgical and medical wards of the Scarborough General Hospital. The redesign and reconstruction of a purpose-built facility to house the new incinerator, and the acquisition of a disability accessible transportation, which is a bus. Under the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development, this division will undertake the following priorities: the construction of 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom low-cost housing units, the development of the Riseland housing development, the development of 50 parcels of land in the Adelphi Estate housing development, the start of the construction of 120 units at the Adventure Phase 3, and the development of lands in Corland, 23 parcels of land in Corland. Under the Office of the Chief Secretary, $18 million investment will be used to fund the following: the Tobago Autonomy Project, continue the implementation of the Public Officers Subsidized Housing, which is also known as POSH program, the MyTHA online digitization project, and the development and execution of task-specific training programs and curriculum for public officers. Under the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, a total of $21 million will be used to fund the following priorities: the operationalization of the Tobago Development Fund, the implementation of the IFMIS and other digitization initiatives that will support improved public financial management, the investment in the Loan Guarantee Program. And under this august institution, the Assembly Legislature, $4 million investment will be used to fund the refurbishment and upgrade of the Assembly Legislative Chamber and the building, the implementation of the Digital Chamber Initiative. Madam Presiding Officer, the Assembly will continue in its efforts to make good on the long-standing payment to contractors, which includes those left by the previous administration prior to fiscal 2022. In fiscal 2026, we have already made provisions for the outstanding payment to contractors in the amount of $120 million. In fiscal 2026, we have also allocated an additional $10 million in addition to the allocation for gratuities, increments, and arrears across all divisions. So we will allocate $50 million to the payment of outstanding gratuities, increments, and arrears. In addition to these priority programs and projects, we remain committed to the successful completion of our ongoing initiatives, of which CPEP and URP fall. The CPEP and URP programs continue under this administration. We have already started funding these programs, and they are not going anywhere, as I know that some persons would love to see the disbandment and disruption of the good works that this administration has been doing, especially over the past 4 years. Madam Presiding Officer, I will now close to allow my colleagues to elaborate on the reprioritized budget and the priorities for fiscal 2026. This administration remains committed to fiscal responsibility as we strive to ensure that our island becomes the greatest little island on the planet. The pathway for this is now clearer and less obstructionist, with the change in government at the national level and the enhanced spirit of collaboration, cooperation, respect, and fairness that have emerged and that I must reiterate. A very tangible manifestation of this has been realized by the 5% allocation made directly to the Assembly for fiscal 2026. This provided an enlarged fiscal space for us to make decisions detailed, as I detailed before, which will accelerate growth of the economy, anchor fiscal stability, and improve the quality of life and living standards of Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration remains committed to prioritizing policy measures, programs, and projects aimed at fostering sustainable development, accelerating growth, and improving the lives of Tobagonians. The reprioritization exercises undertaken reflects a deliberate and strategic approach to ensuring that every dollar allocated is used effectively to build a brighter future for our island and to anchor its fiscal health. Therefore, I call on this House to support the measures proposed and recognize them as the best options within the matrix of our 2026 fiscal constraints. They were carefully planned, assessed, and evaluated for impact on the socio-economic transformation that Tobago is seeking to achieve. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to Tobago's growth, development, fiscal stability, and transformation by working together as we realize our grand vision of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question proposed is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, in accordance with Section 41 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, has fulfilled its statutory obligation by approving and submitting its draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal 2026 to the Cabinet before June 30th, 2025. And whereas the national budget provides a direct allocation of $2.96 billion to the THA, representing 5% of national expenditure, together with an additional $763 million in project spending by central government ministries and agencies in Tobago, bringing the total effective allocation to $3.723 billion, or 6.3% of the national budget. And whereas this allocation reflects the government's recognition of Tobago's central role in national development and its confidence in the Tobago House of Assembly's capacity to translate fiscal resources into tangible, people-centered outcomes. And whereas the Tobago House of Assembly's fiscal 2026 agenda is anchored in its long-term vision to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet and guided by the Strategic Development Planning Pathway 2025 to 2045, a framework that emphasizes transformation through innovation, inclusion, and accountability. And whereas in its pursuit of this agenda, the THA will apply the principle of strategic selectivity to ensure that the resources so allocated are directed towards initiatives that yield the greatest developmental impact across education and human capital development, infrastructure, tourism, and the creative economy, agriculture, community advancement, digital transformation, and health care. Be it resolved that this House recognizes the fiscal 2026 allocation to Tobago, inclusive of direct and ministry implemented funding, as a critical enabler for advancing the island's development agenda and for deepening collaboration between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government. And be it further resolved that this House endorses the Tobago House of Assembly's policy direction for fiscal 2026, which applies the principle of strategic selectivity to guide disciplined implementation, ensure fiscal responsibility, and deliver measurable improvements in the quality of life of the people of Tobago. Member for Darrell Springwim, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, there is a saying, when leadership mistakes its own confusion for creativity, the whole island drifts. And sadly, that is where Tobago finds herself today. Drifting not because our people lack ability or heart, but because those entrusted to lead us have lost their way. Madam Presiding Officer, for almost 4 years, the Tobago People's Party has been the anchor holding this island back. They came promising transformation, but today what we see is frustration. They came preaching autonomy, but what we've gotten is in fact anarchy. They came promising prosperity, but everywhere you turn, whether it is Charlottesville, to Wim, to Canaan, Tobagonians are struggling. From the market vendor to the mason, from the teacher to the taxi driver, Tobagonians are feeling the pain. Families, Madam Presiding Officer, are broken. Workers are disheartened. And an entire generation of young professionals are left wondering whether Tobago still has room for them, as meaningful employment is extremely difficult to find. And you hear the excuses as presented in this reprioritization budget, but the reality is you can't take excuses to the grocery. And Tobagonians would have entrusted this administration with the responsibility to govern their affairs and make, Madam Presiding Officer, I was very quiet.
Members, please allow for Assemblyman Morris to make his presentation uninterrupted. Please continue.
Thank you so much, my dear Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the point is, while they make excuses, there are many Tobagonians that are finding life extremely difficult, and it is your responsibility to make their lives better. Madam Presiding Officer, by the Secretary's own admission, we heard today, confirmed, that up to this point, from 2021 to now, this administration has been allocated over $10 billion. And every time I have an opportunity, I will simply ask the question on behalf of the other 60,000 Tobagonians, where has that $10 billion gone? Because even as she comes to this house, she has not accounted. We are hearing where they will spend, but we have not heard where they have spent and how that spend has in fact impacted the lives of not just myself, but the entire rest of the island. Madam Presiding Officer, because when you look at our roads, it is the worst they have ever been. I've drove through, because I have to drive through Collar Hall almost on a daily basis to get to Scarborough Methodist. And I am shocked that that is the area of this current sector. And you hear the Secretary talking about begging for 5% and having to go to the minister, and the minister so nice. So if tomorrow we don't have a nice minister, what would be Tobago's portion? And Madam Presiding Officer, we must remember, when we sat here and debated, we asked the central government for 5.9% of the allocation, and this secretary told us in this honorable house that she will not be settling for anything less than 5.9% because that will be a continuation, and I'm paraphrasing, of the unjust allocations to Tobago since 1962. But Madam Presiding Officer, we are here today where the Secretary all of a sudden, a few moments later, has changed her mouth and is praising 5%. In the context, Madam Presiding Officer, where a bill has been passed in the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Tobago Island Government Bill, which included a guaranteed minimum allocation of $6.5 6.8%. Madam Presiding Officer, for the average Tobagonian listening, that meant had the Chief Secretary not colluded with his friends in Trinidad, the UNC, and rejected those bills without lifting a finger, Tobago would have received $4 billion. That is an additional $1 billion more than what we actually got. And it is in fact $300 million more than what we even said was sufficient to manage Tobago's affairs. And it is because of the irresponsibility and the selfishness of the Chief Secretary why Tobagonians have been denied that extra allocation. Madam Presiding Officer, I am simply asking my colleagues on the other side whether 5% is better than 6.8%. Madam Presiding Officer, you see, I don't want to spend too much time. I don't want to spend too much time laboring over the failed policies of this administration because Tobagonians have already pronounced on that. Tobagonians have already declared that this TPP administration has failed. If you walk and talk with the young fellas on the block, they will tell you that. If you go in the market, as I do sometimes on Saturdays, you will hear that. So it's not a question as to whether Tobagonians are satisfied with them. So I will not labor anymore on their failed policies, but except to tell Tobagonians that this People's National Movement, the new incoming PNM administration, will put Tobago first again. And what does that mean? So we don't need any fancy intellectual thing to say selective this and selective that. We will simply, for every Tobagonian listening, we will simply put you first. And what that means, we will insist that Tobagonians are the primary beneficiaries of Tobago's resources, from design to delivery, from the architect to the carpenter, from the farmer to the transporter. Tobagonians must be given the first bite, not the second, not the last, and not the tiny bite, but the big bite of the apple. Madam Presiding Officer, and it will not matter. So I want my TPP friends to listen, because it matters not to us whether you are blue, red, yellow, green, or even purple. Once you come with clean hands and a genuine commitment to build Tobago, you, my dear brothers and sisters, fellow Tobagonians, you will have a seat at the table. Perhaps we'll consider even having some of my colleagues on the other side. That is the philosophy that must guide our public policy. That is the moral that will restore hope to our island. At least, not say anything big, at least 75% of all development. So when you heard that $600 million in development, we are saying at least 75% of that development funding must be designated for local content. And the OPR provides for that. Tobago labor, Tobago contractors, Tobago service providers, Tobago ideas. That is how we will build wealth that stays on the island and put Tobago money in Tobago people's pocket. Madam Presiding Officer, our plan is simple, as I said, and it is focused. Within the first 100 days, we will prioritize fairness, dignity, and opportunity for all Tobagonians. And the first thing I want to address,
Every member here would have their chance to make a presentation. Please, let's be guided by the standing orders. When a member is on his feet, please let him present uninterrupted. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The first thing I would like to address, and Madam Presiding Officer, I asked a question quite recently in this House regarding the process for applying and onboarding persons on the 10-on, 10-off. And I was told by my good friend and colleague, member for Scarborough, let me get it right, Scarborough Montgrace, that the process is that recommendations are usually facilitated from the area representatives. Madam Presiding Officer, as we speak, I am being told in my electoral districts, persons who are prospective or interested candidates for other parties are calling persons to register for 10-on, 10-off. And I have, in fact, sent, Madam President, I'm just...
Member relevance?
No,
Relevance?
You would see the relevance.
No minority leader. Relevance, please. Members, please.
Madam Presiding Officer, allow me, because we are talking about reprioritization and fairness, and I'm simply saying, if the process is about utilizing the electoral districts, then I too should be allowed a fair opportunity to make recommendations.
And I understand that.
Thank you, Madam Presiding.
However,
I'm moving on.
thank you.
Yes. So, Madam Presiding Officer, given that reality, we will fix, and I want to say to the 10-on, 10-off people, you are worth more than 10-on, 10-off. And therefore, we will fix the pain of the 10-on, 10-off workers. For far too long, they have worked only for half a month and waited for the other half month for survival. We will give them full continuous employment by reintroducing the infrastructural development program, because no Tobagonian should live half employed and half forgotten. Second, we will make good on the PNM's promise to regularize European CPEP workers who have given years of valuable service. Lest they forget, it was the PNM who birthed both the CPEP program and the URP program. And if you want to go back even further for the genesis of CPEP, it started right here in Tobago under a program called Community Empowerment Program, CEP. And then it was rebranded and expanded to CPEP. So it is the PNM, the CPEP and URP are our picnic. And therefore we will strengthen it, we will improve it, and we will ensure that the workers get continuous, permanent employment. Because why should we have workers employed for 10 and 15 years who are still considered temporary? Madam Presiding Officer, thirdly, we will reinstate the gratuity clearinghouse. In our first 100 days, every nurse, every teacher, every contract worker, including our hard-working contract workers of this Assembly Legislature, who is owed, will be paid. So we are paying you within the first 100 days, because we believe that those who have served Tobago should get what they rightfully deserve. And fourthly, we will end the waiting game for entertainers and our small service providers. Madam Presiding Officer, it pained me when I went on social media and I seen one of our big recording reggae artists crying on Facebook because those on the other side hired him and up to this day has not been able to pay him. Madam Presiding Officer, the days of those cries, we have heard it and we will end it. Because we will ensure that any payment under $20,000 must be cleared within 7 days. That is our commitment. That is our promise, to restore trust and put money back in Tobago's people's pocket on time. because they say charity begins at home and ends abroad. Madam Presiding Officer, and we will rebuild Tobago on some pillars, because once you don't have pillars and a foundation, you are destined to stay anchored, rooted, and stagnated. Madam Presiding Officer, tourism will once again be the heartbeat of Tobago's economy. We will breathe new life into it, not with slogans, but with strategic policies and development programs. We will transform Scarborough into a living, breathing, duty-free zone, a waterfront city with a dedicated cruise and inter-island ferry port, while constructing a cargo port at Cove, because you see the feasibility study for this was done since 2020. We'll construct new roads and walkways. We will have shopping. We will have restaurants and cafes, music and nightlife. We will restore and bring back life into Scarborough. We'll light up the streets as we do for Christmas, and we'll restore pride in the capital of paradise. It will be Scarborough, not redeveloped, but Scarborough reimagined. Madam Presiding Officer, we have done the work, and we have done the estimation, and this would cost us over a phased period about $700 million. We will build 3 marinas using PPP arrangements, and we will have those 3 marinas, one on the west, one on the east, and one on the north side, bringing yachties and sea lovers from all over the world. We will restore the Boku Reef into a vibrant eco-adventure park with coral gardens, regulated tours, and interactive marine trails. We will make Nylon Pool a place for fun and relaxation with innovative attractions and entertainment. Hear this one. We will upgrade Argyle Waterfall into a wellness park with hydrotherapy. We will have yoga spaces and herbal spa treatments. Madam Presiding Officer, and through partnerships, we will modernize our old resorts, adding almost 1,500 rooms and opening new flight routes from North America, Scandinavia, and Latin America. We will institute the I Love Tobago customer and hospitality training across the length and breadth of Tobago, as well as adding the I Love Tobago hospitality module to the curriculum from as early as primary level, so that customer service training will begin from primary school, ensuring excellence from the schools to the workplace. Hospitality must become part of the Tobago DNA. Tourism will not just bring visitors, Madam Presiding Officer, it will bring opportunity, it will bring jobs, and most of all, it will bring pride back to Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, Pillar 2, housing and sustainable communities. Madam, as we have done in the past, we will do in the future. We are the party who ensured that we created a land bank, land in Culloden, land estate in Corland, estate in Friendship, estate in Shervan, estate in Adelphi. We, the People's National Movement, did that on behalf of the people of Tobago. And we will utilize those lands for the benefit of the people of Tobago. Because we are putting Tobago first. And in putting Tobago first, because I remember my dear friend told us 3 years ago, he was going to construct over 2,000 homes. And I remember his words perfectly. When we asked him, how are you going to fund that very ambitious program? He said to us, watch me work. Well, you will have an opportunity, my dear brother, over the next 4 coming years to see the PNM work and deliver to the people of Tobago over 1,000 houses and 1,000 service lots. These communities, Madam Presiding Officer, will be green, they will be safe, they will be modern with parks, playfields, and digital connections, connecting communities built for living, not just for existing. And I turn to agriculture, Madam Presiding Officer. In terms of agriculture, agriculture is not dead in Tobago. It might be dormant, but it's not dead. It is waiting to live again. We will bring it back to life through technology and technical support. We will upgrade facilities, and I heard the Secretary mention one, Louisdor, Kendall, Goldsboro, and Hope, and expand the home gardening initiative. We will complete the Goldsboro agro-processing facility that they have abandoned. And we will expand the farmland access program that we started. We will help farmers who already own land, we'll give them the tools, and we'll provide them with the training. We will start the Feed Tobago grant, so every Tobagonian can plant and they can in fact profit. Through smart farms such as hydroponics, aquaponics, and drone monitoring, we will increase production. And with an agri-tech incubator at proposed site Kendall, in partnership with UE and UTT, we will teach new methods and identify new markets. Madam Presiding Officer, it is our objective within 3 years, we will produce 40% of what we eat right here in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, when the member mentioned her pillars, I recognize she failed to mention sport and youth empowerment. But we acknowledge that our youth, they are the future. And sport, as someone who went to the United States on a sport athletic scholarship, sport is the gateway to development and opportunities. And therefore, we will ensure that sport and youth development is a cornerstone of our development. Madam Presiding Officer, we will complete the Bertil Sinclair indoor facility that they have abandoned. We will finish the Goodwood Pavilion that I know my dear colleague from Goodwood, I know she tried hard. She begged and she pleaded, but they were trying to sabotage you because they want to replace you. But I know God is good and he will take care of you. But we will finish it on your behalf, my dear colleague. Madam Presiding Officer, at Shervan, we will build a new cricket stadium fit for international matches. At Friendship Estate, a modern motor and motorcycle park will rise, and we will repurpose the Sid Gray facility into a world-class athletic training facility to accommodate the unlimited flow of emerging talent in Tobago East. You didn't hear that from them, where they have a deputy chief secretary and a chief secretary and nothing for the people in the East. But this tongue boy from WIM will ensure, along with Mr. Dennis, that we fix Tobago East and put Tobago East first. We will create a Tobago Elite Athlete and Cultural Excellence Fund and expand YES to include upskill programs, training every young person for jobs in construction, technology, and creative industries. We will also reintroduce the roving youth caravans to engage and empower our young people throughout Tobago. Education and human capital.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Education is a bridge to better tomorrow. We will build the Tobago Integrated University Campus, a home for UE, UTT, COSTAT, and international partners. We will complete the Scarborough Secondary School. Madam Presiding Officer, can I have some injury time, Madam
Members,
Presiding
please.
Officer?
Members, please be guided by the standing orders of these members. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. They don't want Tobagonians to hear the vision that we have for putting.
Member for Dar Spring, please continue. You have 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, we will regularize all contract teachers and we will expand tertiary assistance to capture non-traditional areas of learning. Madam Presiding Officer, community development, culture and the arts. Our culture is who we are. We will restore pride by upgrading every community center to include art, dance and theater spaces. At Shore Park Cultural Complex, we will open the Tobago Center for Music and Creative Arts, a full recording and production studio. We will put $15 million each year to go towards creative startups, studios, and artists so that Tobago's voice can be heard again. We will create new industries, new opportunities, and new wealth for Tobago. We will modernize the Studley Park Quarry to meet export demand. So we don't just have a license, but we could actually utilize it. We will, in consultation with the President and the Executive of Tobago, collaborate to establish, our brother B to hear this one, establish Tobago's first pan factory, the Ion Deuce Anthony Pan Factory, which will manufacture Tobago's own brand of steel pans right here in
Members. Members. Assemblyman Pollard, please. Assemblyman Morris, you have 2 minutes.
Madam Presiding Officer, please, I'm begging for a minute from the setter thing. So 3. All right, no problem, Madam Presiding Officer. You have 2 minutes. So Iron Deuce Anthony Pan Factory, which will manufacture pan right here in Tobago. And we'll launch the Tobago Sea Salt and Mineral Processing Initiative. Together, these ventures will move Tobago from dependency to productivity, from surviving to trading. And then we treat with AI. Tobago's future must be smart. We will set up digital hubs in every district, powered by partnership with global tech firms. We will give every community public Wi-Fi, digitize government services, and create an Isle of Tobago app that promotes everything we have to offer. Technology will connect our people and power our progress. Madam Presiding Officer, as I conclude, everything I've said here today can be done. It only takes good management, honest leadership, and a love for Tobago above self. We have done it before, and we will do it again. Madam Presiding Officer, when Tobago needed an airport, it was the PNM. When Tobago needed 2 brand new fast ferries, it was the PNM. When Tobago needed, Madam Presiding Officer, in terms of police station, hospital, schools, roads, it was the PNM. The PNM has a track record of putting Tobago first. And Madam Presiding Officer, I give all Tobagonians the commitment that we will put Tobago first once again. I thank you.
Assemblyman Brabner, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Following listening to the member speak, and I'm sure he's about to leave, as per usual, I am wondering, Madam Presiding Officer, who is the we that the member kept referring to? Because by no means could it be the we, Madam Presiding Officer, who had the opportunity for between 2001 to 2021, 5 terms unbroken, 5 terms with Big Brother in Trinidad, 5 terms having had finally the Dispute Resolution Commission report which said that the Tobago House of Assembly now had way more monies than the previous administration. it cannot be, Madam Presiding Officer. I am wondering whether the member is announcing to the people of Tobago that a brand new party is now being formed, Madam Presiding Officer. This absolutely cannot be the same organization that was running for 2001 up until 2021 with 15 years of their big brother in Trinidad, Madam Presiding Officer. This absolutely cannot. So maybe I need clarity. Because Tobago is not fooled, Madam Presiding Officer. Tobago is not fooled. But the Tobago People's Party, who has had the pleasure following Tobago saying to us in a resounding way as he leaves in 2021, saying in a resounding way that they want to give another organization the opportunity to run this island. I am stunned. I honestly don't understand what just happened. But it was clear that it was a campaign strategy that was sent up from Trinidad, or probably it was brought up because I understand there's a meeting this afternoon that their leader and so forth coming to. Maybe it was brought up this time and said, go, deliver, which they did. Madam Presiding Officer, the members of the executive has had the pleasure of looking at what the people of Tobago have said that they needed and used our time, our talents, and our God-given strength to provide for them in a time and in a space where we came up with the greatest level of opposition. You know, I was in, I did an interview yesterday evening, and when asked to grade our work, Madam Presiding Officer, I had to kind of sit back and reflect on the fact that no other administration has come against the level of opposition that this Tobago People's Party administration had come against. And I keep referring to the fact that they actually sent police in my grandfather's house. A home that is noble, a home that the gentleman did not even allow cards to be played in the home because he held it with such esteem. And police run up in my grandfather's house as part of their opposition to what we were doing to the people, for the people of Tobago. And with that, I say to my colleagues, stand tall and stand proud. Because the monies that we were given to manage on behalf of the people of Tobago, we used it wisely, and we used it with common sense, we used it with visionary thought, and we used it in a way to allow the people who will go towards an election whenever it is called to be able to truly compare what they did in 20 or 21 years compared to what we were able to do in just 4. So to my colleagues, stand tall. Yes. We did well. Yes. I want to highlight really quickly, Madam Presiding Officer, some of the successes, because the question keeps coming up, what did you all do with the money? Some of the successes under the jurisdiction of the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, and my aim is really not to use the whole 30 minutes of time. But just to highlight really quickly, within that period, the Tobago Regional Health Authority had the pleasure of onboarding at least 760 additional members of staff. That includes the doctors, the nurses, the allied staff, the support staff, the administrative staff, the daily rated workers, 760 people to be a part of that, which is why I will stick in here that when the Tobago Regional Health Authority has asked for their subvention every month, and part of it goes towards paying staff, when we hand over the at least 40, and in some instances we're going up to 45, and I am hoping that by the end of the year we will go up to $50 million every single month to provide the kinds of services that they do. It is because we are making these kinds of investments. Of course, we have the cataract program that we've been doing. Over 2,000 surgeries have been done thus far, and if you are listening to me, you are probably one of those who've been called this week again to come back and get your assessment done, because we're about to start a new cycle of that program. By the way, these are individuals who were sitting there since before COVID waiting to have cataract surgeries done. Our major equipment purchases at the Tobago Regional Health Authority, and that includes all of the little things, the big things that we need to provide the service. This administration over the last couple of years has invested over $53 million in equipment and so forth for the Tobago Regional Health Authority. And that is why when we speak about going forward and making the little changes, and I want to take this opportunity to thank every single member of the Tobago Regional Health Authority for their hard work. And I know every single Monday morning when you wake up and you see the members opposite trying to disparage the kind of work that you have been doing, it is a very difficult thing to stomach. And every single Monday morning when they try to take a letter to OPR, it is your good and hard work that they are trying to taint. It is a hard thing to stomach. But know that as the Secretary with responsibility for health, wellness, and social protection, I thank you. I thank you for doing the work that most of us can't even think about doing. Forget the naysayers. You continue providing stellar service to the people of Tobago. We have done the collaborations. Something as simple as bringing Dretchy. These are the people who test for hearing. And instead of you having to go to Trinidad to get your hearing aid tested or to get the battery for your hearing aid, bringing them to Tobago and doing those kinds of collaborations to ensure that you get the service you need. Over the period, Madam Presiding Officer, we have spent, and this is outside of what we do at the Tobago Regional Health Authority, we have spent over $5 million providing big and small medical support to people. That includes somebody who needs probably $2,000 for a pair of glasses, or somebody who needs $50,000 for prosthetics, or somebody who needs $150,000 to do some kind of surgery that they are waiting for a while and cannot wait for the public health system. $4 million at least in household items. That is when your house burned down and you need a little fridge and you need a little stove. My social workers have been going through it and ensuring that that kind of support is provided. At least $1 million in actual food card distribution, and none of those came from my back pocket. Let me just again put that on record. Madam Presiding Officer, the member spoke about the fact that they were the ones who gave birth to CPEP and URP. But I am wondering if they are the ones who gave birth and just said to them, all you figure it out. No kind of, increased wages, no kind of security of tenure, no kind of even a sick leave, no kind of anything like that, but you proudly just say you make them and abandon them. This administration is the administration that took care of the child you abandoned. And dare I add, Madam Presiding Officer, that the litter eradication program was one of those programs that they birthed and abandoned. And those members of staff now actually have proper, decent wages. They could now be sick a day and stay home from work and not get penalized. They could actually take a day holiday or 2 days holiday or 3 days holiday. Again, you birthed them, you abandoned them, and this Tobago People's Party administration rescued them. And Madam Presiding Officer, the last thing I'm going to speak about as it relates to our accomplishments at the division has been something as simple as working through when we grieve and when we go to funerals. There's actually a place for you to go and refresh yourself, for you to go and use the washroom and so forth. And we proudly can say that we've been doing it slowly, but we've been spending over $4.5 million to ensure that the cemeteries in Goodwood and Argyle and Plymouth and Castara, and soon we will be opening the one in Delaford, that those now actually have facilities for you to just go and use the washroom if you are there and you need to. So, Madam Presiding Officer, the members opposite keep talking about we will, as if they were not there from 2001 to 2021. We have. The TPP have been. And with the people of Tobago standing firmly with us, and I didn't say behind us, but standing firmly with us, we will continue to do the work that those individuals have asked us to do. So our priorities, and when the councillor spoke about the 30-something million, I find it sound kind of a little bit, because I know we have plenty of things we plan to do this financial year. That includes continuing the work at Signal Hill, Madam Presiding Officer. The contractor is on site now, and finally the staff at Public Health, the task force staff, and then we will also work on the garage and so forth. That project has finally started, and we will continue working on that project. Ensuring, for example, that the vector lab, where we can test for mosquitoes and that kind of stuff, that work is happening as we speak, Madam Presiding Officer. I heard the member speak about this digitization of Tobago. And every time a member of the People's National Movement says the word digitization, my belly boils, Madam Presiding Officer. Because the reason at this point, and it is actually because, it kind of is bruising my pride, because digitization of social protection is one of the projects that I spoke about last year. And at this point, I still need to speak about it because of the mismanagement and the works of those opposite, who actually said to a UN agency to not continue working with the Tobago House of Assembly because it will make the government look bad. And the UN agency that was willing to give the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection $50,000 to start the project didn't start. The contractor had already started working on it, and the minister actually called them and said, you all stop it because you will make my PNM government look bad. You all have the gall, Madam Presiding Officer, to come in here and speak about digitization, when that is what your friends and your family and your colleagues did to these people of Tobago? No. So it is something that we now have to kind of almost start from scratch and figure out how we're doing it again. How we're doing it again. That is a priority. And let me go to some of the other big priorities for the Tobago Regional Health Authority. We will continue with the refurbishment of accident and emergency, and I will say to the people of Tobago now that if you go to Scarborough General Hospital right now, you will see there's a bit of upheaval happening at accident and emergency. And that is because we've actually rethought, and I said last night in the interview, that a part of what I do is to sit down and listen to people and figure out what parts of the system needs to work better, what parts of the system we need to evolve, so that we don't get the complaints that we normally get. And part of what they are doing, Madam Presiding Officer, is actually reworking how A&E flows, so that as soon as you come in, there is a space for an actual doctor to see you immediately. And after the doctor sees you immediately, we will then determine whether you are a true emergency that needs to go in one time, or if it's just a little cut and you could sit and wait for a little bit while we treat with the heart attack that is happening there. So we are actually trying to rework the space, so that even if we are saying it's a little cut and you could wait a little bit, we still have other doctors on the other side who could treat with you with the little cut. You may wait a little bit, but we are reorganizing how it functions. So we're saying to you, give us a little bit of time as we work on that, and as we work on improving how our health centers work as well. The MRI machine, it is one that has been a sore. And as a matter of fact, I probably need to say, as we continue the conversation about how much healthcare costs, even though we do not have, the MRI machine is not functioning as it should, part of the normal process is if we cannot get it in the public health system, we pay for it in the private system. So we will send you to a hospital in Trinidad. If we can't send you to Port of Spain or San Fernando, which is in the public system, we will send you to a private facility, and we will pay the cost for that private service. That is a normal part of how this works. By the way, we've been doing it for regular people. We've been doing it for former members of the Assembly. This is just part of what we do, Madam Presiding Officer. So when we talk about increasing pieces of equipment, MRI, our hyperbaric chamber, because it was the only hyperbaric chamber that we had in the hemisphere, and it was there for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I think when the TRHA got it, it wasn't even new back then. So we are now working through the scopes and so forth to ensure that when we get one that at least 4 people could be in at the same time, which is why, Madam Secretary for Finance, the figure that we're giving you looking so high, because we want to make sure it is one that can accompany, that can have accommodate more than one person at a time. And of course, Madam Presiding Officer, I think I want to end with speaking about what we are hoping to do at the Palms. And I want to talk about the Palms because when word came that the Tobago Regional Health Authority was acquiring the property known as the Palms, the members on the other side somehow assumed that we were just buying some villas to Lime. And I am thinking the only way you can think that that is what we were doing is if you know that is what you would have done. Because I cannot even envision why you would think that that is what was happening, Madam Presiding Officer. But one of the first things that we are going to do, and we've already identified which of the villas we will use, is to create a full oncology space. And we are collaborating with our partners in Trinidad, with some of the other RHAs in Trinidad, to actually build out the scope so that the oncology department can finally move from the little space that they are in up the fort to this purpose-built, in essence, facility to provide the kinds of services that are needed for our oncology clients so that they do not have to go to Trinidad for the things that they go to Trinidad for. And because the villas are there, and because we've done the assessment, and because they are in really good condition, We will just need to fit the oncology services into one of those. And we will continue building out the other facilities, the other villas. So no. Even though you guys would have bought it just to lime, those of us on this side actually can think through what we need, what the people of Tobago need, and make those critical decisions on behalf of the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, I would really like to end by saying to the entire island, and particular to the members of my electoral district of Belgarden, Glamorgan, that the question of how well this Tobago People's Party administration did needs to be done with fairness and with justice in mind. Given the resources that we've had, given the myriad of opposition that we have come up against, given the huge needs that those who were there before us left you with, we ask you to honestly and fairly grade us. And if you honestly and fairly grade us, then you would recognize that giving us an opportunity to continue the work that we have started is the only answer coming up. And because we recognize, Madam Presiding Officer, that the people of Tobago will do what is fair and what is just for themselves, we want to thank them in advance for their continued prayers, their continued support, their continued, they come up to us and they just say, we really just want to see you because we want to see your face to tell you you're doing a good job. Thank you to the people of Tobago for that. And this Tobago People's Administration will keep working because our gold star is sure. It is to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. We have started the work and we simply need the opportunity to continue. I thank you.
Assemblyman James, you may now join this debate.
Madam Presiding Officer, it's a pleasure and an honor to stand in this house to deliver a response to the reprioritization to the budget exercise. I want to start by saying it seems that my friend from Darrell Spring, Wim, has gone out to get his SBA score immediately. He's still in school. They sent anything for him, so he had to go and get scored. It's amazing how it has become normal for those representing the PNM to just spew out promises to Tobagonians and expect that 5 years after 5 years after 5 years, we could just swallow it and vote for them. The reality, though, is that those days are long gone, and the people of Tobago have moved on in large numbers away from promises and old talk. Madam Presiding Officer, it's 135 years since we've been joined to Trinidad. And when I listen to the member, I can't help but wonder what it would take for us to convince PNM hierarchy that we must move with one voice in one direction in Tobago. I don't know what it will take to get them to realize that this philosophy of dividing Tobago to get a vote is the main hindrance why we can't go forward. The main hindrance. 30 years since Act 40 of 1996. We've been at this game of trying to get something that is better for Tobago. And at every point, standing in the way is the PNM. In 2014, I'm not here to bat for the UNC, but in 2014, the UNC, under the People's Partnership, tried to pass a bill for 8%. And the gentleman from Mason Hall walked out of the parliament. The Chief Secretary, Mr. London, prepared a bill sent down. The member from Mason Hall totally derailed it and present something totally different. Sorry, my brother. This is the tradition of the PNM to somehow, since Robinson and Murray presented that bill in 1977, to somehow water down everything, to put a stumbling block in the way of Tobago progressing, and to turn around and try to fool us with what is now clearly foolish nonsense. The member, he calls me his good friend and colleague, we are neighbors. I see him coming to the opening of Mongrace playing field that his party left, unrepaired, unupgraded, for 20 years. And coming to talk about how he had a sports scholarship and sporting is a big pillar. is where did this come from? I don't understand. The member talk about how they will build houses. I remember I was at settlements as an employee on contract. I ain't get nothing from it, but I was there on contract. and the presiding, Madam President, you remember those days. And they built 4 houses per year in 20 years. And they come putting a stumbling block in the way to get a little project built in Tobago. And they come today with a whole litany of promises that you might have to take. And maybe he's gone out to the area where we just go and put that whole list that he read out there with him. We are at a point in Tobago. I want to tell those people who, because I think the whole population has moved away from them already. But those people who are still in the hierarchy, come down and say that we have been wrong. And let's find a way to work together to move Tobago forward. This division and these crazy promises that you want to sell ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. So we have in fact delivered, and let me start by saying that the Division of Infrastructure has moved mountains in Tobago in 4 years. I remember my schoolmate and colleague from Mason Hall, Mariah, took me to a place. Where's the place name? King Peter Bay Hill. And said, James, you want to move them steps, and people suffering for years. I remember the video we did where the fella come out and say, since Florida blow, they're walking upstairs. And the PNM said, no, they can't do it. And they come talking about how they go build roads and beautify Scarborough and they go do this. Empty promises. We have built more roads in Tobago in 3.5 years than the PNM built in 20 years. And as tried as the as they did everything they threw at us, we decided we're going forward. Forward ever. And the people of Tobago are saying, forward ever. That is what we have achieved in employment. They left the Division of Infrastructure without agreeing with the union on what the permanent list was. For 10 years, we've been struggling to complete the exercise. And in the meantime, we've employed 2,740 people. And he admits that it's a good thing he's been begging to get so many people on and coming to criticize it. I want to say to the Tobagonians that we will, in the new year, be filling out the permanent list. Because we had to find a stopgap measure until we could have agreed on what the permanent list was. We could identify where the vacancies in fact were. And we've gone through the process now, and we will now be filling out the permanent list to ensure that we can not give people work, that we can increase the productive capacity of the division. He talks about CPEP and URP. Listen, it is the first time in the history of the URP that we're producing agricultural produce. We're probably producing the most agricultural produce in all of Tobago, more than even the farmers under the URP program. When we come into town to sell, we just clean out the place. And they sat down. Listen to me. They had the rent and lease program. The rent and lease program, filling every pocket they could fill. How much of them had two cousins with a truck and a backhoe, who had companies under different names, fleecing the people of Tobago with rent and lease? When we came into office, $25 million every year that was being spent on rent and lease. That figure, I willfully didn't totally figure this morning in the question, down below $15 million because of, what do you call that, Paul? Astute financial management. There's talk, and I see the talk around Tobago, and I said in an interview this morning, I gave an analogy that we have to do the big things and the small things will come. We have to build a house, and if we have to move in without windows and without the kitchen's cupboard built, we will move in because that will come. Nevertheless, we have carried out the most extensive patching program in the history of Tobago. From month 2, 2022, February, we were patching up and down the place, and we can't get to the end of the patches. I'm telling you. And we can't get to the end. You know why we can't get to the end? One of the main reasons. Before we came to office, the Water and Sewage Authority had an MOU with the Division of Infrastructure, then in Division of Works and Environment. And WASA had an agreement with the division to advance, to draw down on $5 million to repair holes that WASA dig. When we came to office, on the insistence of the member from Darrell Spring Wim and the loser from Buku Mount Pleasant, who will lose again, they insisted with their colleagues in Trinidad that they must terminate the agreement. And Wassa was digging holes. All now they're digging holes all over the place and just leave them. The majority of holes in Tobago is because of Wassa. And I ain't blaming Wassa, because Wassa has inherited aging lines in Tobago. Not once in 20 years have they went on a line relocation project. Not once. The whole island suffering. You can't get water. Brother Tate can't get water in Patience Hill for 20 years. For 50 years. And PNM in Trinidad controlling Wassa. And the gentleman comes and talks how to breathe. Comes and talks about what they're going to do and what they're going to not do. We are happy, Madam Presiding Officer, and I am elated when I hear the Secretary of Finance say that she is going to allocate $216.84 million in the development program to the Division of Infrastructure. That's what I heard. $216 million. When we came into office, the PNM gave the PNM people $300 million in 21-22. And as soon as we land, they reduce it down to $205 million. Always intending to put a stumbling block in the way of progress in Tobago, in every aspect, in every sphere of activity in the country, from the legislations they pass in the House in Port of Spain to the evilness in Tobago, year after year. And they still expect Tobagonians to vote for them because Tobagonians, apparently, in their eyes, will follow. But we are leading, and we will continue. They've found leaders in Tobago, and we are not going to turn back. So with this $216 million, we are going to build the first flyover in Tobago starting next year. Yes, ma'am. And thankfully, they can't send police for me anymore.
Members.
There are nobody to call. They are on the outside. No, but seriously, they stood in the way. When we could have started the redevelopment of Scarborough, they stood in the way of it, block it at every turn. Now we have to almost start over, renegotiate, because these haters of Tobago continue and continually take action to make sure that we can move forward. But I want to say, when we get back into office, the Scarborough redevelopment project will start. It will start in the next 4 years, and it will finish. Because no doubt, Trinidad and Tobago realizes the importance of Tobago and the importance of a developed Tobago in the economy that is Trinidad and Tobago. And we will. I want to come to Spell. He talked about Spell, and I want to just say, to remind the public that Spell started under the PNM in 2017. From 2017 to 2021, Spell never paid taxes, royalties to nobody. As soon as PDP come TPP in office, they're insisting that we pay them $5 million to the Ministry of Energy in Trinidad in royalties, supported by Dennis the Menace and the member from Darrell Spring Wim. How more un-Tobagonian can you get and still depend on Tobago to try to vote for you? How? How? What goes through the mind of a person like that? They put every stumbling block in the way. We say, listen, give us a blasting license. They take that away for a few months. All because they're supporting their colleague, the same company that the member from Doral Spring went up in the election campaign to try to browbeat the workers to vote for the PNM. Today, he's writing to say he was spell material for himself. Unlimited amount. That's what the letter say. Unlimited amount. All in support of the idea, because the former Prime Minister go in public and say he didn't refuse the license, or he refused it because he wasn't producing. Lie.
Untrue.
Hate. No, he lied. Hate. They hate Tobago. I could never see a Tobago and I hate Tobago so like them. So spell, when the Executive Council approves the note next week, we'll have the authority to go into a major investment to rebrand, redevelop spell. And we will be producing not the 140 metric tons per hour, as we are doing now, but 300 metric tons per hour. So I just want to remind the Tobago public, because it seems as though we're in the campaign mode already. I want to remind the Tobago public that the last 4 years under the Division of Infrastructure has seen the most growth, the greatest performance from staff in the Division of Infrastructure. The internal staff has produced the biggest projects ever. And that will continue. We have employed the most people, notwithstanding all the talk they're talking, you know. We've employed more people in 4 years than they did in a decade before that. We've produced, we've entered into the best contractual arrangements to produce the roads that we've had, and we will continue to do that with your support. Remind yourselves as Tobagonians that when you saw that sign at Rockleyville Junction, on that road to go up to where the Chief Secretary lives and where Brother Kerr lives, and was there up for a year and a half, when Chief Secretary of London was in office, and Prime Minister Patrick Manning was in office, it never was intended to be done. Remind yourselves that when they tell you that the road supposedly behind the airport, current the airport, where they build the roundabout in the wrong place, and maybe UNC got to move the roundabout now, that road was never intended to be done. Never. It is all gimmicks and lies. And you must stand firm, pull up your anchor, put it on your shoulder, and let the boat of the TPP continue to sail and build Tobago into the greatest little island on the planet.
Assemblyman Clark, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. You know, I don't know if I must say too much. You know, every time I come in here, you look a little prettier. But nevertheless, I want to thank the people of Lambo Lowlands once again for giving me the honor of serving them. And as I get straight into this thing, I try to be very short because there are a number of things that I need to respond to. But first, let's just move off. The Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport, the heartbeat of Tobago's governance and growth. Madam Presiding Officer, sorry for just jumping off without asking your permission to read parts of my...
Leave is granted.
Thank you. See why you're wonderful? Yeah. Yes, Madam Presiding Officer. It serves both as a vehicle and a catalyst. The division drives the social and economic empowerment of Tobago's people. The division also bridges policies and people, transforming plans into real community progress through collaboration, training, and youth engagement. The division partners with faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, and non-governmental organizations to build stronger and more resilient communities. At its core, the division champions the THA vision at thriving, inclusive, and self-reliant Tobago, where every citizen contributes to the island's future. Madam Presiding Officer. Throw down Miss Sweetie to take it. Madam Presiding Officer, all this is done to successfully achieve the mandate given to the division in its present construct. The mandate entrusted to the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport is to facilitate the social, economic, and cultural empowerment of Tobago citizens through community development, youth engagement, and sport, ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the island's sustainable future. Strengthening community institutions and promoting self-reliance through training capacity, building local government support. Building local government support is the focus of the Community Development Trust. Youth development is centered on creating platforms that empower young people to lead, innovate, and participate in national development. Sport for development is about generating social development through the use of sport. In this regard, sport is used as a tool for unity, health, and economic opportunity. The strategic factors for building community include connections, collective actions, relationships, structure, and shared meaning. As a result, the division is strong on building network with faith-based organizations, civil-based organizations, and non-governmental organizations for inclusive island-wide impact. Further, the division ensures that initiatives align with the THA's vision and deliver measurable results for the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, for fiscal 2025, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport requested $232.5 million for recurrent expenditure, but was allocated $120 million, a result in a shortfall of 48%. The requested figure for development program was $107.2 million, and the allocation was $31.3 million, a 71% shortfall. For CPEP, $42.9 million was the desired figure for the operation, but however, the division was only allocated $9.2 million. This was a 79% shortfall, Madam Presiding Officer. The budgetary deficits or shortfalls impact individual businesses and, of course, the division mandate. However, the division couldn't let this derail the division's delivery to the people of Tobago. Therefore, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport had to employ effective strategies to manage the budgetary deficit and ensure that its efforts to make Tobago the greatest liquor island on the planet are not stifled. As a result, I wish to place on record several of the accomplishment of the division, not just for fiscal 2025, but over the previous years. Legislature Community Center at a cost of $3.4 million. The Call and Beat Sport Arena, refurbishment works at Shaw Park Pavilion and other associated areas with the 2023 Commonwealth Youth Games. To accommodate such, we spent over $20 million. The Montgomery Walk-Around track, because we continue to struggle with health issues in Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer. And we took the initiative to provide a facility that even the elderly could go and walk. Recently, I realized the dog and them building muscle. If you see the size of the dog, them that does be people that be walking with them around that track. We completed waterproofing and plumbing upgrades at the Lowlands Multipurpose Facility at approximately $1.5 million. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to pause here for a moment to mention, you notice I said we completed waterproofing and plumbing upgrades at the Lowlands Multipurpose Facility. All the multipurpose facilities in Tobago that was built by the previous regime in that particular model, all are leaking. I don't know if they build it in a bleachers format, but all are leaking, and we have to go and spend this kind of money to rectify it. So probably this administration and also repairmen, because we've been repairing things for the past 4 years more than anything else. We repair inability surpass, we building new one ability. We also did refurbishment work on the Pembroke Youth Center at approximately $0.8 million. That's some little bit, 800,000. Madam Presiding Officer, and we took the decision knowing that Shaw Park Hard Court, which was the main facility on the island for those sporting engagements, we was going to do major repairs on it. So before we did that, we embarked on uplifting some of the courts around the island so you will still have a balance and it wouldn't restrict activities. So we did the Cutler Hall Hard Court. That's completed at a cost of $531,873. The Montgomery Hard Court, even though Carnival gone, youth-wise Carnival going on when you pass there, you full every day. $846,030. That man couldn't take off that $30, right? The Whim Hard Court, and notice I'm saying Whim, because we don't squeeze people and victimize them, and not because the minority leader reside in Whim. We make an issue out of giving Whim what he deserves. Whim Hard Court, $422,555. And to strike a balance here, we went to the east and did a number on the Speyside Hard Court, $572,324. Madam Presiding Officer, the ongoing works at the Shaw Park Hard Court, that work is estimated at $15 million. To date, it's 65% complete, and we are at $7.2 million as we speak. That's what we spend so far on it. And just saying, when we do refurbishment on grounds like the courts like Shaw Park and these things, we don't just go and paint it over. We do it that it could facilitate international level tournaments. So it's not just doing a court or doing over a facility for doing it over sake. You do it over with the upliftment of sport in mind, that you could actually accommodate a higher level of competition. We also completed the Louis D'Or lighting project. When we went into Louis D'Or, Madam Presiding Officer, to open the the facility, to commission it. It's the more shake hand again. People themselves, since they're small, they were light in there, and the only light they've been getting from the past regime is torchlight. We went in there and made that possible for them at a cost of $3.8 million. We're talking about collaboration within the division. Probably this is a new one, because I want to give Secretary James full, what let's call it, kudos? Yeah, is that? In the part he played in the upgrading of the Mongrace facility, a facility which we came into office and had it reach it dormant, no activity, no light. You didn't even get toilet. But you know what? We collaborated and made it possible that the people of Mongrace could feel proud that they have a world-class facility. And you notice I didn't say at a cost and nothing. The divisions collaborated and did that. Because your pocket big. Madam Presiding Officer, we didn't sit idly by while we was doing all these things and didn't think of nothing else. I'm pleased to inform you that the Charlottesville Pavilion and Community Center has been restarted, works on it has been restarted, and going full speed ahead. That project comes at a cost of $17 million when completed. Because you notice this administration ain't too good at overrun there. We have good shoes, so we just stop at the finish line in time and in budget. We're doing this diagnosis and upgrade of the electrical system at the Speyside multipurpose facility. It's a failing system up there, and we had to spend a lot of money. We had $500,000 to get this particular phase completed, because the wiring was faulty, the whole roof rotting, and that was a new center. The whole roof rotting, because me know what kind of people going right on the next side of the road. One side is the sea, the next side right there, the center there, and go and put steel roof there. They must see us knowing that the chief secretary is coming from up there and hope he go in there and the roof drop on his head. For the thing rotten out clean. And this administration, Madam Presiding Officer, did the responsible thing. And that facility is at 80% and will be delivered to the people of Speyside in the very near future. We come a little down the road to the Speyside Recreational Ground. The pavilion in a mess. We had to go in and try to fix it. It's at 90% complete now. And that work was done in-house. Likewise, on the Plymouth Pavilion, the work is being done in-house. And I just want to pause a little to say, Madam Presiding Officer, that in many instances, we have the ability through the workmen we employ, that if they put their minds and get the necessary cooperation and they put their shoulders to the wheel, there are a lot of things we wouldn't have to contract out that we could have done in-house because we have the expertise. What we don't have is proper supervision at times. But we are working on that, and I'm sure that these are things that could be resolved in the near future. I want to just touch a couple of things in community development. We have this Centenarians Appreciation Program. And in the recent past, we had reason to go to the homes of 9 centenarians. As much as young people dying, old people living long enough. 9 people who make the 100. And trust me, Madam Presiding Officer, these people are so happy when you come and show them a little appreciation. Just, let them know that you're still thinking about them. the retooling and revitalizing community capacity building. We invested in over 150 persons. The vocational skills and handicraft training, over 1,400 persons. Back to school voucher distribution, 840 persons benefited. We also did the sports camp we have every year. This impacted over 400 participants. The talent identification in school, over 500 children. We also have the Chief Secretary T10 Blast that comes around every year. We also hosted earlier this year the Under-16 Global Cricket Series, the International Youth Tournament, which, Madam Presiding Officer, we accommodated teams from over 7 different countries. And I'm pleased to inform the House that we already start receiving interest from over 7 more countries to participate in 2026. Madam Presiding Officer, those were just a few of the things that this division, it was too much paper to work to bring all the thing, and me and how to do the thing in the phone to read it out of that. We also had the trade check program where we impacted on 59 participants. Moving night in the Signal Hill Youth Club, 53 participants. The World of Work, the Trade Check Cycle 2, the International Youth Day observances, Skills for Success. This program took place at the Signal Hill Youth Center. Madam Presiding Officer, and the list goes on and on and on. Just let me say, Madam Presiding Officer, that you look at the YES program that impacted so many of the Tobago young persons. We have been working as an administration, not only to survive, but to ensure that Tobago succeed. And that goes without saying. The youths, the adults, even the ones at the advanced age, each and every one could identify with the fact that Tobago has been moving in a right direction. Madam Presiding Officer, you know, the minority leader talk about a new PNM. I don't know how that will look, but I just took the opportunity, if he allowed me, was to put PNM and put, look at the thing right here. No one here getting older doesn't remember everything. I put PNM-FT. So the new PNM mean with the FT that they are the people who never move for Tobago. Because it can't be that all the things that the minority now waking up to realize. He talk about we settle for 5% when we could have get how much? What he and say is that it don't make no use you're settling for whatever percentage when you had a finance minister who could tell you he has the authority to cut it down. What is the use? It better we just sit down and say, well, all right, when they don't cut, tell we. He said he can adjust it and always took the decision to adjust it downward and give Tobago what they want. What they really give Tobago is to ensure that you don't go forward, that you don't progress. And they talk about, always have these nice words about pillar and pillar. And the biggest Bible reader, but under the PNM, Tobago has always been looking back and turning pillars as salt. That is the only pillars that they has been doing. that Tobago can benefit from. They talk about Tobago, about money and the Tobago contractors and what. I don't know if some of the contractors that they engage in their tenure recently moved to Trinidad. Foster Cummings and Associate. Tell me which part in Tobago is your constituency? 3 of the biggest projects in Tobago. Similar people who got it. Where was the love for Tobago then? It seems like, you know, sometimes it's more attractive climbing up on a cage and peeping in from outside. It seems like you're all only getting a dose of your consciousness and a reminder of what should be when you're on the outside. But while this administration, the TPPs inside, doing the work, moving Tobago in the right direction, I dare say that you can willingly go whenever that date is called and extend your time on the outside. Yes. They talk about the children and the children. As my colleague from, I don't know she's from country, huh? Dr. Faith Brebner, the representative for Belgarden, said about the children and making children and dropping them everywhere. You tell me any caring parent in this day and age, before we come to save the day, was paying people in URP $79 a day? You had to open the pack of Pampers. You see why people used to retailing Pampers and so putting 3 in a pack? Because with that salary, that is what you could afford. How can this be a caring government, Madam Presiding Officer, when they operated like that for years with the Tobago people? Indeed. Tobago people has been so accustomed to being treated so bad that you know what they do? That's all right. 2021 was coming. You see what we do? And in case they know, look what we do in April 2025. In the general. And in case they still don't get it, what are we going to do in 26 early? We talk about the carnival. You know, sometimes, Madam Presiding Officer, you might be able to bear me out here, but my colleagues can, and even the minority can. Everybody sit and know what's supposed to be done, especially when you're on the outside. But you know, it takes few people from the Tobago People's Party to make this carnival a reality. And may I dare say has grown into one of the biggest events in the Caribbean in a short space. In a short space of 3 years. Only 3 years. And we had to widen. It seemed like Secretary James, you are going to widen the road in Tongue, you know. Because here now, if wasn't that road in the back of Smithfield there, I know what we'd have do. We'd have problems. The same road that some people choose to criticize. But you know what? Vision. You know if it's that. I watch at some of the carnival.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
That's okay. I will get through. I will survive. In some of the carnival party, the same carnival that they criticize, they're jumping up. Yes. You know, you know. And yeah, even keeping party and scoring because the party never used to score before Tobago carnival. But you know what, Madam Presiding Officer, before I wind up, let me just take the opportunity to thank the people that I've been given the opportunity to work with. Firstly, the people of this administration, my immediate colleagues. You all have been wonderful over the 4 years, and whatever happens, I know we all will continue to be wonderful. my colleagues in the division, various administrators, public officers, and I must say there are some very hard-working public officers. On the other hand, there are some just need to be put in a place that Tobago put the PNM 4 years ago. Some of them does not work for the benefit of Tobago. Some of these public officers are more political than the politicians. And Madam Presiding Officer, those are some of the things that continue to hold Tobago back from really shooting forward. You talk about productivity. It is a problem that we have on the island. Productivity is a problem. And until each and every one of us accept the fact that we all have to produce in order for Tobago to grow, nothing much wouldn't change on the island. Just a simple piece of maths, Madam Presiding Officer. Well, it's arithmetic here and so complicated as maths. But you have 200 people working on the fields, and each of them run off after 2 hours every day. In 1 day, you lose 600 hours. In 1 week, you lose 3,000 hours, and the hours keep going up and up till what you have is a situation where you have more non-working hours than hours. It's impossible to achieve productivity. It's impossible to achieve first world status or developing status with a work ethic like that. So that's something that we have to address going forward. Each and every one got to understand and accept the role whereby just doing the work that you've been paid to do. That's all we ask. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I wrap up, I want to thank the people of Lambo Lowlands for having me represented them in the past 4 years. It's a partnership that we struck up 4 years ago. Even before that, we was in the trenches doing the work. So these last 4 years, hopefully will be multiplied, and we continue to support this organization in doing the work that could really move Tobago forward. You know, when you have a slingshot, for it to launch, you have to pull it back. Yes, ma'am. So all the pull they try to pull we back. When it get too hot and the light go, you're going to see how we going to launch. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Boris, you may now join this debate.
Thank you so much. Madam Presiding Officer, it does be hard to go after the real clerk of the house, yeah? Esteemed members of this house, citizens of Tobago, both here and online, good afternoon. Before I start my presentation, Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to convey congratulations to you and your team on a very groundbreaking International Men's Day debate that was held earlier this week. You did an amazing job. You continue to blaze a trail, and you continue to put the people in the people's house. So congratulations again. I rise today with a heart full of purpose and reflection because the time has flown so quickly. And it feels like it was only just yesterday that we took this oath of office. And the reality is that we are quickly approaching the end of our first and very successful term in office. We stand at a moment of accountability and ambition. We are at a juncture where we must take stock, celebrate progress, and recommit to the unfinished work that lies ahead. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I take the opportunity to stand in full support of the motion moved by Councillor Petal and Roberts that not only acknowledges Tobago's increased fiscal allocation, and I repeat, increased fiscal allocation for 2026, but affirms the vision, responsibility, and maturity with which this administration continues to manage the people's resources. This allocation of $3.723 billion is far more than a singular figure. It is a statement of confidence in this Tobago People's Party administration. It signals confidence from the central government in this THA's ability to transform investment into inclusive growth, to translate numbers into progress, and to convert allocation into advancement. This motion, therefore, is a declaration that Tobago stands ready to continue to perform, ready to continue to deliver, and ready to continue to prove that disciplined governance and visionary planning can indeed make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, our task today is not merely to note a sum on a spreadsheet, but to also affirm a strategy, the strategic development pathway, that sets Tobago on a trajectory of innovation, resilience, and prosperity. And by embracing the principle of strategic selectivity, we are saying to the nation and to ourselves that every single dollar must count. Every single project that is presented by each of my colleagues must matter, and that every outcome must improve the quality of lives for all our citizens. This is not a budget of chance. We don't play games of chance here. It is a budget of choice. Tobago made the right choice on December 6, 2021. Tobago will continue to make the right choice whenever the date is announced. This is a deliberate investment in the people, progress, and pride of Tobago. And our success is not just measured by projects completed or targets achieved, but by the resilience, innovation, and shared vision that continue to propel this island forward. So I take this opportunity to thank Almighty God for his grace and favor and mercy on this team. The journey has not been easy, but we have stayed together, except one. It has been profoundly rewarding. I want to thank my friends, my family, my team, the people of Tobago. Your trust, your faith, your encouragement, and your partnership has been crucial to this mission of transformation. So, Madam Presiding Officer, before I answer some of the things that the minority leader said in his remarks, I want to dispense with the business of the motion. So the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation remains steadfast in its mission to transform Tobago into a thriving, resilient, and globally recognized destination. We are not just rebuilding sectors. We have not just rebuilt sectors. We are reimagining an entire economy. Tourism currently contributes approximately 14% to Tobago's GDP, and this calculation is based on direct international arrivals. By 2030, we aim to elevate that contribution to 25%. Through a sustainable, community-driven, and culturally authentic model of development, one that unites tourism, culture, antiquities, and transportation under a single powerful narrative of brand Tobago. Our strategy is clear. We will, one, strengthen Tobago's global brand and market presence. Two, position Tobago as a distinctive cultural and tourism destination. Three, integrate heritage, performing arts, and community experiences under one unified brand. And four, expand marketing to diaspora and regional audiences through cohesive storytelling and innovation. So let me go to how we plan to continue achieving that in fiscal 2026. So we have committed to prudently manage expenditure to $152 million in recurrent costs and $16 million for development projects. And our goal is disciplined spending aligned with measurable impact. So in addition to the continuation of staple activations, the following key initiatives will anchor this fiscal's work. Air access, product development, and marketing. $60 million is being allocated under the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited to expand direct airlift, enhance tourism products, and deepen marketing in traditional and new markets. We are not waiting for anyone to tell us to sell brand Tobago. We are going far and wide with the gospel of the greatest little island on the planet. The long-awaited redevelopment of the Tobago Beach facility, I am pleased to announce that the design tender should be out before the end of December. This is a project that this administration came into office promising to deliver to the people of Crown Point, Canaan, Bonaccord. We commit to deliver this project to you within the next 4 years, starting with that tender going out for the design. Continuing the Scarborough beautification project, $2 million to upgrade the boardwalk, install solar lighting, rehabilitate the seawall along the Calypso Rose Boulevard, and introduce new seating and branding elements and refurbishments to the cannons at the Scarborough Port. Cove Heritage Park, $3 million to create a new campsite attraction and restore the historic Sugar Mill ruins. Pigeon Point and No Man's Land enhancements, $2 million for improved facilities and visitor amenities. We take note of the increased amount of traffic on No Man's Land, so we aim to make that attraction something that is aesthetically beautiful, that aligns with our culture of sustainable tourism, and to encourage persons to enjoy that space responsibly. We are launching the DotCat Scholarship Program. What we recognized through the efforts of DATAS is that a number of Tobagonians are usually accessing scholarship, receiving scholarships in traditional areas that don't necessarily reflect where the sector has to go. So what we are doing in the division is we want to offer particular kinds of scholarships to encourage people to study in areas that may be considered non-traditional but align with the mandate of the division. We are pursuing a collaboration with the NESC, who has signed an MOU with the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association to train a cohort of 16 young persons, specifically in hotel facility maintenance, and we are committed to funding their education for the 2 years that this program is going to be offered. Further to that, in honor of our local icons, and for this, and this is very near to my heart, remembering the persons that have gone before us and being able to enshrine their contributions in memory. So our local stalwarts, George Stanley Baird, Raul Axbach Titus, Edward Hernandez, K. Allen Maloney, and Leandro Norway, we propose to have scholarships in their honor to be established in sustainable tourism, heritage management, creative arts, cultural entrepreneurship, and music production. Under the Sustainable Community Tourism Grant Program, we have already launched that program last fiscal. We were able to award $200,000 in support to the first 4 successful applicants. The second phase of that program will be opened in December of 2025, and it is the hope that we will have the full complement of applications being approved from the 15 electoral districts so that we can say we have onboarded or debuted 15 new community-based tourism attractions across the entire island of Tobago at a cost of $750,000. Digital transformation. Madam Presiding Officer, we recognize the need that we have to embrace technology. So we're not putting the PNM back in office to embrace technology. We're already doing it ourselves. So I am pleased to say, Madam Presiding Officer, we have already built an internal platform to the Division of Tourism that gives us a heritage library project, a cloud project that allows us to digitize or create an online archive of Tobago's cultural and historical assets, and allows us to also digitize all our project execution processes, which means that there is more efficiency, faster delivery, and just simply the sky is the limit now that we're able at any given point in time, a secretary and administrator can log into the platform 2 o'clock in the morning, see where our project's at. A secretary anywhere in the world can log in and see what is being done. We are able to take digitization a step forward and make it a reality. This project is being done at a cost of $235,000. In collaboration with my colleague, Secretary James, because this is one thing that's on your list of priority projects, but I go get the money for it. Coastal rehabilitation of Fort James and the Corlanders Monument. What we've recognized over the last 3 years in particular, very bad weather events have caused the coastal degradation in this area, and we are prioritizing $1 million this year to fix that problem, and Secretary James and his team at the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, look out for the money. Please deliver my project. Thank you. Completion of the home of the Blue Food. Everybody enjoyed Blue Food this year? Right, so it means that we have to complete the spot, make sure that everything is put in place. Even with all the mud, we have some work to do to ensure that becomes a very flagship facility for the hosting of the Blue Food Festival and the enhancement of community tourism-related activities in the Bloody Bay area. Completion of critical infrastructure upgrades at Bloody Bay, Kings Bay, Mount Irving, and Castara beach facilities. Installation of amenities at Englishman's Bay, Palatavere, Castara, and Kings Bay waterfalls. The second year hosting of the Dodds Diving Tournament at a cost of $1.7 million in Charlottesville. And we intend to fill some critical vacancies on our daily paid cadre at the cost of $3.7 million. So ultimately, Madam Presiding Officer, these are not isolated projects. They are interconnected. They are part of a larger plan designed to empower communities, create jobs, stimulate investment, and safeguard our environment. And why do we do this? The rationale is simple. Every artifact preserved, every festival staged, every story told can become a source of employment, education, and foreign exchange. Culture and tourism are not luxuries. They are necessities for a balanced, inclusive economy. They drive innovation, prevent crime, improve mental health, and strengthen social cohesion by nurturing pride, purpose, and belonging. So, Madam Presiding Officer, this progress is not a coincidence. It is the result of vision, courage, and consistency. Over the past 3 years and 11 months, our division has invested over $50 million in infrastructure training and community development. We have modernized and maintained our forts, improved beach facilities, and empowered hundreds of stakeholders through training and grants. Through the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program and the Accommodation Relief Grant, we have invested over $44 million to strengthen the accommodation sector. Over 120 properties benefited over the last 4 years, preserving jobs, preventing closures, and enhancing Tobago's visitor experience. These interventions protected more than 600 tourism-linked jobs and helped accelerate Tobago's post-pandemic recovery. This leads me to the reality that we must continue navigating the challenges that we face. Tourism is not dead. If you listen to the minority leader, he always likes to say, oh, tourism dead, tourism dead. Do you go to the airport, sir? You just be on the airport on any given day. You hear people complaining that they can't even get a flight to Tobago, and the Secretary of Tourism and I can't even get a flight to Tobago sometimes. So who we transporting? Zombies? Anyway, tourism is not dead. But our resolve has been tested. We face an oil spill, a shark attack, a state of emergency, and 3 negative travel advisories from our largest source markets, all within 1 year. Crime surged, global perception wavered. Yet, Tobago did not falter. We stood firm, we innovated, we adapted. Today, crime is falling, confidence is returning, and the Tobago spirit endures. Our landmark MOU with the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated has reignited interest in the German market, and we are deepening partnerships with our regional counterparts to strengthen our reach. Domestic air arrivals rose by 5.3% in 2024, building on a 15.3% jump in 2023, despite the fact that your previous administration never took us back to pre-COVID flights. Domestic sea arrivals are up 4.7% since 2022. International direct arrivals increased 49.5% between 2022 and 2024, a 72.2% rise over the 3 years, tangible proof of steady recovery. However, we must remain vigilant as there are external headwinds to overcome. New UK visa requirements have softened the market. Our inclusion on the EU list of non-cooperative tax territories has complicated German tour operations. Global and regional tensions also threaten to disrupt supply chain and consumer confidence. But adversity always strengthens our resolve. Obstacles present opportunities. We are investing in sustainability, the orange economy, digital transformation, and new market diversification. We are building resilience, and we're not depending on luck. Under transportation, safety, and connectivity, our commitment is to increase our airlift. And we've knocked on many doors, we've had many meetings, and we continue to knock on doors and have many meetings. So discussions are ongoing with Porter Airlines out of Canada, WestJet out of Canada, LIAT that is in the region, and Inter-Caribbean, alongside our existing partners, British Airways and Condor. I am very proud to report that we have successfully renegotiated our airlift contracts for fiscal 2024-25 and 2025-2026, saving millions of dollars for Tobago for the first time in our island's history. And further savings are anticipated in fiscal 2026-27. Now let me explain what that means. If all the time the airlift contract under PNM, who never asked them for a discount, was costing $10, Tobago, when we went in the room this time, we say we're paying 7.5, they said we could take the 7.5 because we asked for it. They never asked for it. Security remains a cornerstone, Madam Presiding Officer. Murders are down by 70% thanks to the collaboration of our national security agencies on island. And I must pause to give special mention to the efforts made by Lieutenant Commander Valentine of the Coast Guard, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Senior Superintendent Eli of the TTPS, Captain McKenna of the TTDF, and ACP Sabero of the TTPS. I would also like to thank our lifeguards, safety officers, and frontline workers for protecting both residents and visitors. I'm also pleased to report that in response to the near-drowning incident that happened earlier this year at Pigeon Point, we took a decision in the division to retrain all our existing lifeguards, as well as our then 50 trainees, in the use of automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs. And it is our intention this fiscal to outfit 3 of our beach facilities with one of these devices to start and the rest thereafter. So we're not just waiting for things to happen and then not responding. We are looking at what is happening in this space and pivoting accordingly. Further, in response to the state of emergency last year, we designed and developed the Safe Tobago app. So I know the minority made mention of the new PNM creating an app. Well, it did it. It's on Android and iOS, right? The app is live. It did it. This is the first community-led safety intelligence app in the region and probably the world. It provides real-time updates, reporting tools, and emergency contacts to keep both residents and visitors safe and informed. And as I said, it's available both on Apple and Android. So members, you can download. Members of the public, you can download. We are currently in beta testing phase. We want to make sure that when we do the full launch, it is perfect. We are also preparing to launch the Explore Bago app, which links attractions, accommodations, and transportation with real-time data, booking capability, and visitor analytics. This is also going to be coupled with a dedicated online booking platform for the destination that is going to be executed in partnership with the Tobago Hotel and Tourism Association, and it will revolutionize how travelers experience and access Tobago. And what that does is that when someone books a destination to Tobago and they do it through booking.com, expedia.com, that is money that leaves the destination because all of these are foreign online booking platforms. This platform that is going to be a local platform ensures that when persons book vacations to Tobago, that money is coming right back to Tobago. Following our study tour to the Bahamas, we activated our visitor relations unit, which ensures a more personalized visitor experience, especially in times of negative incidents. We are also collaborating with the Inter-American Development Bank on a globally benchmarked destination development and management plan, guiding Tobago's growth through evidence-based strategy. We plan to redesign the division's org structure. The reality is that the tourism sector is a very dynamic and vibrant one. and the org structure at the division does not lend itself to us being able to be a responsive and efficient organization. So we're going to be doing some realignment and restructuring. Training programs continue in tour guiding, crisis management, customer service and tourism incentives, equipping Tobagonians with market-ready skills. I have been conducting monthly one-on-one leadership and team building sessions, and these are held with our heads of department, chairman, board members, CEO, and these one-on-one sessions are there to equip them with the practical tools necessary to lead their teams in a very dynamic environment. Specific to culture, heritage, the orange economy briefly, the Sustainable Community Tourism Grant Program that I mentioned earlier, our scholarship program, and our Tourism and Creative Sector Grant Program that we hope to do in collaboration with the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy. We also wish to pursue the establishment of the Steel Pan Academy in collaboration with Pan Trinbago this year. And these are all investments in people and pride. With respect to transportation and cruise ship, our collaboration with the Airports Authority and Port Authority continue to bear fruit. We strengthen our transportation links. We collaborated with the Airports Authority on the historic hosting of the Kappa Airlines Summit in August 2024 and the ACI-LAC conference in October 2025, with further collaboration ongoing for a joint bid for Trinidad and Tobago to host the prestigious Roots Americas Conference in 2027, which is the largest airline conference in the world. These collaborations serve to bring a number of high-level C-suite executives from airlines from around the world to experience the best of what Tobago has to offer. We also continue to host robust conversations regarding increasing international airlift to the A&R Robinson Airport, which we look forward to opening in first quarter of 2026. We have developed a cruise sector development strategy, and that is ready and being looked at the stakeholders, and that is focused on attracting higher spend cruise passengers, ensuring that tourism revenues reach local businesses directly. On an excellent note, between 2025 to present, we have welcomed over 200,000 cruise passengers to our shores. Record-breaking numbers, never before happened. So dialogue continues with our stakeholders, particularly the ground transportation providers, because they have to increase their fleet, they have to transfer their aged buses into more modern buses, so we want to work with them to ensure that they can offer the best service to our visitors. However, Madam Presiding Officer, despite the limited resources, external shocks and reputational challenges, the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation has delivered. But we cannot do it alone. Tobago's tourism success is tied to a national coordination in aviation, immigration, customs, regulations, and standards and investment. We must be at the table. And with this new government at central government, we are at the table, not as an afterthought, but as an equal partner in shaping national tourism policy.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. As we move into fiscal 2026, therefore, we continue to build on two pillars of the strategic development pathway while advocating for the sector's advancement at the national and regional levels. And these two pillars are priority R, harnessing and monetizing cultural heritage and creativity, and priority T, building sustainable community tourism economies. Through smart investment, stakeholder engagement, policy reforms, we will be shaping an economy, a tourism economy that is inclusive, creative, and sustainable. Madam Presiding Officer, as I wind up, I want to do two things. I want to remind the minority leader, because he liked to talk about the good that PNM do. But I don't like half the story being told, so let me bring some balance, right? Sea bridge collapse, that was the PNM. Chronic underfunding at Tobago, that was the PNM. Withhold we export license, that was the PNM. Refuse to put back with pre-COVID flights, that was the PNM. Refuse to prioritize support to all your own national security. We buying bed, we fixing base, we buying rations, that was the PNM. All you didn't sign with Canadian flight contract because all you're wicked, that was the PNM. And last but not least,
Member, parliamentary language, please.
thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. One more. And I will take it from Dr. Faith's experience. Y'all weaponized state agencies against us. That was the PNM. So let me wrap up, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to talk about what we do. Right? What we do. I talk about what we're doing. I want to talk about what we do. Manta Lodge, delivered and fixed. Fort King George Lighthouse, delivered and fixed. Infrastructure upgrades across 90% of our facilities, fixed. Increased direct and indirect international air arrivals, delivered. Increased cruise arrivals, delivered. Increased domestic arrivals, delivered. 44 million in grants for the tourism sector, delivered. Increased marketing presence in UK, Germany, US, and Canada, and regional source markets, delivered. Reduction in millions of payments on key airlift contracts, fixed. Safe Tobago app, delivered. Tobago October Carnival, I see a party do good this year, delivered. Pigeon Point Jetty upgrade, fixed. 50 million invested in the creative industry, delivered. Partnerships with IDB, AATT, PATT, and CTO, delivered. Enhanced regional and international destination profile, fixed and delivered. International conference hosted, delivered. Collaboration with key embassies in areas such as antiquities and capacity building, delivered. Robust youth in tourism program in secondary school impacting hundreds of young people, delivered. First tourism attraction developed by a secondary school in the nation, Goodwill Ruin, delivered. Hundreds of youth and senior citizens benefiting from Know Your Island tours, delivered. Hundreds of stakeholder meetings across all sectors, delivered. Swallows vendor strip, all say, oh, look, move the people down there, look how you're looking pretty now, delivered. 4 top 4 placings and 2 victories in the Regional Youth Congress, delivered. I like this one. 100% local contractors used in renovation and upgrade programs, delivered. 40 new lifeguards hired, delivered. Landmark technical cooperation agreement with IDB, delivered. Collaboration with local, regional, and international agencies to help support the tourism and cultural sectors, delivered. Over 2,000 persons trained under the Uplifting Service Program, delivered. 52.6 million spent in upgrades across our sites and facilities since 2022, delivered. Madam Presiding Officer, as I wrap up, I want to thank both of my assistant secretaries. We've had an awesome time over the last 4 years. The 7 administrators I've had, the technical advisors, the staff, the boards, the CEOs, and all the dedicated men and women of the division and its agencies. Thank you for your hard work, your professionalism, your creativity, and your service. Together, we have laid the foundation for Tobago's transformation. Now let us build boldly on it, with courage, conviction, and the unshakable belief that Tobago's best days are yet to come. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you, and may God continue to bless this assembly, our island, and our people.
Assemblyman Pollard, you may now join this debate.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for inviting me into this reprioritization budget. I want to say thank you to my colleagues who have supported me as Secretary for the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development over the last 4 years. Good afternoon to the Member for Parliament for Tobago East in the chamber, and 2 of our stalwarts who are sitting there. I would be very short, Madam Presiding Officer. Shorter than you, because you see my division is not small. We only have pennies. We don't have monies like the other divisions. But I would just like to say, following up from my colleague, Secretary Boris, Councillor Boris, settlements over the last 3 years and 11 months, I'm on my 10th administrator. So, you know, every time a new administrator comes, you have to start over. But I like to give Jack his jacket, and I will always say it boldly and proudly. We have had some good administrators, but I would like to single out Mr. Carl Murray for the awesome work he has done at the division in moving us forward to realizing our goals as delivering houses to the people of Tobago. And he's my cousin. Madam Presiding Officer, as the Secretary for Finance, Councillor Roberts stated, that we are embarking from the division low-cost housing units. I will be the first to say that we are not where we are supposed to be. And I'm going to be upfront and said, we are not where we are supposed to be, and we use the Tobago contractor. But the blame falls solely on my shoulder as secretary. I take responsibility. We hope that they could get to that point, that they could deliver when we ask them to deliver what the people need. But I would like to say big up to, or hats off to the Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Company, the newly formed company to handle housing in Tobago, and to be staffed with employees that are employed in another division. And where we are at this point with the company, I would like to say thank you to the chairman and all the members of staff of the Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Company for the wonderful work they are doing. Right now, they are in the midst of having conversation and looking to purchase 15 prefab units for those persons who cannot afford to construct whatever part of Tobago you will live. Once you have deplorable living conditions, one of these units would be erected for you. They are also undertaking the upgrade of the sewer system at the Adventure Housing Development. Because you know, Madam Presiding Officer, most of these developments we inherited here in Tobago, we have no completion certificate. So persons' monies are paid into TTMB, we don't have access to it. We still have to maintain the compound. So we are hoping that we could upgrade the sewer system, which is part of getting the completion certificate. I know they will have to negotiate with the contractor to get that done, but we're hoping that that could be rectified in the shortest possible time. Moving on to land distribution. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, I'm in a good place, and I want to state that I don't know when I was sitting here today, like a spirit came over me to say that Tobago is in a good place. And next year, 2026, I remember entering Scarborough Sec in 1977, me and my good friend here. And we were always talking politics while we were in first form. And next year will be 50 years since I've been in the vineyard in advancing Tobago cause against the PNM. Because my dad was a work supervisor, and I would see the hardship when they moved the Ministry of Tobago Affairs out of Tobago, and persons couldn't get paid for all 6 and 7 fortnights. And he had to take money out of his pocket to give these gentlemen to provide food on their table. But nevertheless, I hope that my good friend from Dial Spring Wim, I see that he's coming around, because I heard him in his statement speaking about the cost of housing material, the cost of labor, and this is quite evident. But the division of settlements and the company were able to distribute 25 parcels of land to Tobagonian at the Colin Estate. We just recently gave out 41 parcels in Bleming, and my phone rang from Friday night right up to Monday night, because everyone's seeing that, okay, it is possible. I could achieve the goal. I could own a piece of land. Madam Presiding Officer, I heard the member for Dar Spring was saying that I've been boasting for the last 4 years about delivering 1,000 units, both houses and land. But, you know, it's a bit hypocritical, because he knows that with the paltry sum that the PNM government was funding us, was giving us as our allocation, we couldn't do much. You gave me $4 million in 4 years. At the rate of we are selling the cheapest unit at $850,000. That's 2.5 houses. while in Trinidad they spent 2.1 billion in the last 4 years. We were able to give out 4 townhouses to citizens of Tobago. When we came into office, they said there was none. And you know what is painstaking to me, Madam Presiding Officer? We came into office and Rise and Development was on the book since 2020. they were supposed to build 54 units. Got a grant from the IDB for 20 million US. Calculated in TT, it's 124 million TT. And the PNM central government refused to release that sum of money to the Tobago House of Assembly. The same PNM Tobago House, the Tobago House Assembly that was run by PNM, refused to release that money. And to date, it's only because the advent of the coming into office of this UNC government that preparation has been made to release that 20 million US dollars to the Tobago House of Assembly to start that project. Now we have changed the scope of work. We're not going to build 54 units, we're going to build 130 units. Of these 130 units, which would take 20 months, in the first phase, there are going to be 6 units constructed for physically challenged persons, 43 bedroom units, and 4 two-bedroom units. And we are not going to do like the PNM. We are going to construct and give out immediately. We are not going to wait until the end of the 20 months to hand out these units. In the second phase, we're going to have 10 three-bedroom duplexes and 22 two-bedroom duplexes. And the third phase, 34 three-bedroom units and 14 two-bedroom units, equaling 130 units at a cost of $143 million. Now I hear the minority leader or member for Dallas Spring saying that we only got 210 million as development allocation. But this is money that the contractor will be bringing into the Tobago space. We also have Adventure Housing Development that is going to comprise of 120 housing units at a cost of $157 million. So that is almost $300 million coming to the Tobago space, added to what we were allocated and what we will reprioritize. So I'm saying Tobago is in a good place. You see, the PNM received in 2013 $108 million from the People's Partnership Government. So they were able to construct all those homes in Roxborough, in Castara, and in Adventure. But the evilness in them, evil, the shoe was put on the other foot. A different organization in power in Tobago, and they are in power in Trinidad, and they released $4 million in 4 years. That is why they could have constructed all those units in Roxborough and Castara and Bleming. But Madam Presiding Officer, we are going to get to that place, because I don't see PNM coming back into office, neither here in Tobago or in Trinidad for the very, very long future. Madam Presiding Officer, we have Adelphi Housing Development coming on stream, 50 parcels of lands. And I want to say it slowly to Tobagonians, because I've met with the Nurses Association, the Fire Service, the Defense Force, that of these 150 units, when the contract is signed, there'll be a draw handing out every unit. The 250 units will be distributed. This will give these persons time to make sure that they go and pre-qualify for the cost of the units, because we have to give the contractor persons who are pre-qualified that could pay for these homes. It's not like before where everyone will be put in the pool and anybody draw. Now when you draw, You qualify for 200,000 and you're given a unit for 800,000. Only persons who meet the threshold of the cost of the unit will be put into a draw. And like I always tell the nurses, I have a soft spot for you. When I met the persons from the Defense Force, I only learned that those who are voluntary soldiers, when they meet the age, they go home with nothing. And these are the people who are out there putting their life on the line for us, just as a regular person in the Defense Force. And I really hope that some of these persons could get pre-qualified so names could be called in some of these draws. But Tobagonians could be rest assured that the 250 housing units to be constructed in these two developments will be given out before the next election, and the 50 parcels of land in Mason Hall. In Bell Garden, we gave out 17 parcels of lands. Now, Bell Garden is one of those developments that we don't have any completion. We have the completion certificate. 2 meters is to be purchased and installed. Unfortunately, it had to be brought in from Germany. So we're hoping that those persons who have lands there could start constructing very soon. Castara Housing Development, we gave out 33 parcels of land. We still have 18 to be given out soon. Boku Housing Development, we gave out 3 parcels of land, like I said, in the distribution. Boku Housing Development is 49 years old, and we still have lands in there to give out. We have an additional 7 that will be given out soon. Speyside Housing Development, another old development. They had 1 parcel, but rest assured, it will be given out before the end of this month to some deserving Tobagonian. So in all, we have given out 120 parcels of land thus far, and 75 more parcels to be given out soon. You see, the revenues expected from the sale of these lands is approximately $17 million, which will be reinvested to purchase or build homes for persons on the lower end of the income scale. So those persons who are in CPEP and URP, these monies could be used to construct homes to those persons on the lower end who cannot afford to purchase a home at $800,000. Moving on to our grants program. Madam Presiding Officer, over the last 4 years, the Division of Settlements has given out $22,084,000 worth in grants to Tobagonian. And we are working assiduously to digitize our housing and grants program. We are a small division, and we think that once the Secretary for Finance gives out about $600,000, we'll be able to digitize our small division. I have to say hats off to my 2 assistant secretaries, Secretary George and Secretary Kerr, who has done wonderful work with the bus shed and street lighting program. Right now, Secretary Kerr probably have to invent some bus sheds because his list is getting longer and longer, persons wanting to adopt a bus shed, and it has been a really, really good program. We are also constructing 2 rest stops, one at Mount Dillon Hill in the Vince Road and one at the lookout in Speyside. We are hoping that these could be completed and handed out before Christmas, so the traveling public could now ease themselves on their long journey around the island. I must mention about my electoral district, Madam Presiding Officer. And as my colleague just said, on campaigning in 2020, when the persons in King Peter Bay Road, when I trekked there for the first time and had to climb those 192 steps, I took my colleague, who is a very good project manager, my very good friend, Secretary James, and I asked him, could a road be put here? He said, Paula, that road could go anywhere. We will get it done. And I campaigned on it. And lo and behold, the PNM went there years upon years and told them there's no way a road could go there. Now you have elderly persons living at that 192 steps. I remember one of my constituents died in a wheelbarrow because she had to be put in a wheelbarrow, and because the fire service ambulance couldn't get up there, but they were trekking her to lift out of the wheelbarrow to take her down the 192 steps. She died. But thanks to Secretary James and the Division of Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development, where mongoose used to run, car drive there now. And now you have some of these same former representatives boldly walking on the street there and asking these people, what can we do for you? All they wanted was a road. You can imagine toting $1,000 tank, 192 steps to get it to where you live. Miss Jean, one of my favorite supporters, to check with her groceries, 192 steps. But Secretary James, he fixed that.
Assemblyman Plard, one moment, please. Throughout the duration of this sitting, I've been hearing a phone going off. Members and persons seated in the gallery would be reminded that you are to place your phone on silent or kindly excuse yourself to take a phone call. Continue, Secretary Plard.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Now, I'm a team player. I've played sport all my life. And with the limited resources we had, I waited my turn because I know Secretary James can't do everything. But I'm proud to announce to the people of Mason, some areas I should say, that the road resurfacing program will be coming to your area soon. Because you really deserve it, because the previous administration, they paved the southwestern end about 10 times. The last time the North had any paving probably was about 2011 or 2012, almost 13 years. So I could assure you all, I want you all to hope you are listening, that road resurfacing will come to some areas before the ending of this month or early next month. And this is not a political gimmick because the division has to service the entirety of Tobago. And it is just our turn now. So together, once we're playing the team, every area will be resurfaced. Every area will be touched, whether it be potholes be filled, patched. We know that the division is working assiduously to get the job done. But it's a time to toot your own horn. And I've been saying because of the limited resources from the central government, I was charged with keeping the community alive. And it's not a boast, it's a fact, that the best football league in Tobago is the Mason Hall and Moriah football leagues. And I'm proud to say, I didn't ask anyone for a cent, but over the last 3 years, I've spent $175,000 out of my pocket to make sure that the community is kept alive. It wasn't for fame for me, but the economic activity that it generated in my community by some of these single parents coming out there in the night selling nuts, selling soccer bags, selling soft drink, selling popcorn, ice cream. This is what leadership is about. This is what TPP is about. You give us lemon, we'll make sponge cake. We have Secretary Tate, very good league coming up. And these are some of the things we have to do to keep our economies thriving. Yes, Secretary Tate Village League in Patience Hill. And the thing about it is that we don't look for funding, we do it out of our pocket. I'm certain that other representatives do the same. Even the infamous river lime that we have created at one of our historical sites at Alma River, making sure that the community comes alive, making sure keeping the young people off the streets and having them feel like they're loved and they're wanted. The TPP, the sponsorship of the Moriah Old Time Wedding performers who visited Missouri. They have been performing this Old Time Wedding since whenever it started, 1996, 1999, whenever it started. But it's the first time they had the opportunity to go out on their own and perform. They were invited out. And thanks to the Chief Secretary, Mr. Fali Chavez Agustin, he sponsored them to the tune of almost $142,000 to make sure that they went on this trip. But most of all, the biggest pride to me, and I'm going to say it loud and proud, the Mason Hall Moriah Lenhan crew. Every man, woman, and child who come out every time they are called upon, night or day, to give up their money, to give up their time, to give up their skills for home repairs, landscaping, whatever is needed in the community. I can't thank these gentlemen and these ladies enough for what they have done, just in all in just keeping with the fact that We don't have we don't have the resources, but we could still lend a hand. And I hope that it could reverberate throughout the whole of Tobago. It's not indigenous to Mason alone. There are plenty of people out there suffering in each of our communities. It will not take nothing for us to get together and assist those who are less fortunate. You know, one of the senior citizens in my electoral district told me that some people came to him to charge him $2,000 to clean his yard. $2,000. Imagine you carrying home a pension of $3,500 and somebody wants to charge you $2,000 to clean your yard. So I'm imploring that all of us, there are enough young men and young women in our community that we could utilize. It is good to copy things that are good, you know. It is good. We are at a lady's home who is 82 years old. To get to her front door, she had to sit on the ground and drag to get to her front door. Today she could walk and hold on to the steps on the rail and go down the steps and get to her front door. So I'm urging all my colleagues to make sure that we go out and we help those who are less fortunate. Madam Presiding Officer, the advent of the UNC winning this election, this last election, was a blessing. I campaigned on making Mason an economic hub on the north side of Tobago. Because if you go to Castara and the bank machine there fails, you have to come back out to Scarborough. But we have the Adelphi Estate, which is 144 acres of land. And we know when we were campaigning, you had persons taking pictures, some persons putting up no trespassing sign, trying to tell persons who are living on the property that they're only allowed for a house spot. They didn't even purchase the property. And last week, I could say here, proudly, we as the executive had a discussion with the Prime Minister, and I brought it to her attention. And immediately, she instructed the Minister of Lands, Mr. Saddam Hussein, to look into the acquisition of the Adelphi Estate for the people of Mason Hall and for village expansion on the north side. Now, that is governance, that is partnership. And you know what was frightening? Or is frightening? The former Prime Minister is my constituent. Former. He lives 4 houses away from me. He purchased part of that estate, 20 acres of it. And personally, we asked that it be acquired for village expansion. Nothing. It took a stranger to come and trigger that process for the people of Tobago. Right now, Mason Hall is one of the fastest growing community in Tobago. Between the last election to now, our population, our electoral list went up by almost 300 persons. But there are 144 acres of land sitting there, idle, vacant, that we could do village expansion, we could do agriculture, there are tourism trusts, there are so many historical artifacts on that estate. I had plans to have, we could put a gas station there. There's no gas station on the north side. Make it an economic hub. But the forthrightness of the Prime Minister, and I must congratulate her, Ms. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, for instructing her minister to start acting on it immediately. I spoke to him last night, and he said as soon as he have it in a cabinet note, he will furnish us with a copy, because it is entrusted under CLICO, which is indebted to the state $13.4 billion. So it could be written off against CLICO's debt for the betterment of people from Mason Hall, the north side, and Tobago at large. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I am pleased with where we are at the division, where we came from, where we are. And the most important thing to me, and my feeling of peace and joy now, is that come December, 250 families, as my good friend over there said in his debate last week, multiply that by 5. The happiness that will come to Tobago before Christmas, once you are pre-qualified and you could afford these units, there'll be a housing draw for 250 units.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm wrapping up, Madam Presiding Officer. And any lands that are available, because it's my mandate as a secretary, I'm not leaving a piece of land or a house behind for nobody to give out. You see, now that you have persons, and you know, Madam Presiding Officer, I am inundated and the chairman is inundated. You know how many contractors or persons with money are approaching us and say, yo, all we need from you all is the land. We have the money to come in and build whatever you all want. And as my good friend said, let us come together as Tobagonians. We don't need to be fighting about providing homes to persons. Housing is a necessity. And if we have persons out there who have billions of dollars and want to utilize it and want to come in, we need to do what is right, get the lands prepared, have them construct the homes, and have them the homes provided to the persons who are in need. Because we have to do something, Madam Presiding Officer, for those persons on the lower level of the income bracket. The CPEP, the URP, the single mothers. Every day I'm bombarded with calls by mothers, 3, 4 children, nothing to eat, nowhere to sleep, nothing. Rain is blowing in, the roof is leaking. We have to take care of this set of people because they are the problem today, but they will become our problem tomorrow. Housing is a necessity. So I urge us as persons in governance that we make the necessary preparation and have these investors who have the money. If the contractors from Tobago have the money and they want to pull it together to undertake this, so be it. But we're not going to sit here and wait until somebody comes out. If you do have the money, no. Somebody comes right now and they say they have 200 million to invest in housing in Tobago. Once you go through the proper procurement process and you qualify, go right ahead. Because a home is a necessity. So with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you for affording me this opportunity to deliver on this very important reprioritization budget. And I know, come 2026 and onward, better days are coming. I thank you.
Assemblyman Hackett, you may now join this debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Before I start, Madam Presiding Officer, I want to acknowledge the electoral district of Bethesda, Legislature, which includes Golden Lane and Woodlands, and to extend my deepest thanks to those residents. There was a premature servitude rendered to them between the months of January to December 2021, when the electoral district at that time was called Plymouth Golden Lane. And then we successfully returned to office under new banner Bethesda Legislature. And I must extend my gratitude for those persons upon whose backs I stand in this house this afternoon. Madam Presiding Officer, they have been my compass, they have been my courage, and they have been my cause. And their faith and fire have carried me through every battle in this house, on the ground, and of course in the division, which I so astutely served in over the last 4 years. This term's achievement belongs to them as much as it belongs to me. Madam Presiding Officer, before I start, I can't help but notice an emerging slogan from those on the other side. I put Tobago first again. Very reminiscent of 2013, Calcutta ship is coming, stand in defense of Tobago type energy. But I ask with all the seriousness of this chamber, Madam Presiding Officer, when did the PNM ever put Tobago first? If Tobago must be put first again, then the PNM is actually admitting that it spent the last 21 years putting Tobago last.
One moment, please.
Breaking my flow.
Before you continue, Assemblyman Hackett, it is now 4:30, And as per Standing Order 16-2, we are supposed to be on a break.
Yes.
What does the executive propose?
I propose that we remain seated. Members are free to utilize the tea room or washrooms at their discretion. But I think because of the lengthy debate we're having today, that this House should remain seating, and I'm asking you to put it to a vote, Madam Presiding Officer.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that we remain seated for the duration of the other members' presentation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against say nay. The ayes have it. Can we
Thank
continue?
you, Madam Presiding Officer. And as I was saying, if they're asking for us to put Tobago first, again, and again is the key word, again, then it admits, that political organization admits that it spent 21 years putting Tobago last. For 2 decades, they held the reins of power, 5 terms of opportunity, 5 terms of wastage, and while they slept, the Tobago People's Party was emerging. And while they repeated slogans, in this period, we have restructured systems. And while they're now using recycled excuses and coming out as if it's a brand new organization, be informed, we are delivering evidence, as my colleagues who have gone before me have done. Madam Presiding Officer, what we were able to do in 4 years, they have failed to do in 21, and that's a fact. And this is no idle boast, Madam Presiding Officer, as my colleague said. That is balance. And it's not arrogance, Madam Presiding Officer, but instead accountability. Madam Presiding Officer, let me give you an idea of our fiscal reality. For the first time in Tobago's history, the island received 5% of the national, let me say recent history, 5% of the national allocation. And when ministry spending is included, it will account to 6.3%. Madam Presiding Officer, that is the largest allocation ever given to Tobago in dollars and cents. And Madam Presiding Officer, just in case people didn't realize or recognize, it did not come from a PNM-led central government in collaboration with a PNM Tobago House of Assembly. And as Deputy Chief Secretary said earlier, we speak about 21 years of PNM in the THA, but more startling is the fact that of 15 of those 21 years, the big brother was in the mango tree in Trinidad. Madam Presiding Officer, we must admit, with a political organization created out of the bowels of Trinidad, and with that collaboration they had with their counterparts there, and we did not see the materialization of anything we asked for. It took a stranger from Siparia to allow us the recognition and the respect that we as an island deserve. Madam Presiding Officer, that particular government did not see Tobago as a forgotten child, but as a fraternal twin. Madam Presiding Officer, we may not have received everything we asked for, but we have received more than we ever did under the People's National Movement. And so we will not complain, but what we will do is convert that allocation into advancement, and my colleague calls it smart money. Madam Presiding Officer, for fiscal 2026, the Division of Education, Research and Technology, which I so proudly lead, has been allocated after revised expenditure because, of course, we're suppressing or recurrent to be able to do more things on the development side, a $480 million allocation. $20.6 million for the DP, and of course, for key priorities of 45 and 45, the Division of Education will enjoy a $50.095 million. And these key priorities under DIRTEC, and thank you, Madam Secretary of Finance, for allowing us to go through this reprioritization exercise and for placing the focus of the division so high up on your priority list. School upgrade and repair program, and we've placed it on the priority list because, Madam Presiding Officer, as you would appreciate, our school repair program ends just as the financial year is ending. And we found ourselves in a precarious position where we've had to pay off contractors
at the end of a financial year when we're getting that allocation for a new one. And so by the time we get to the end of the academic year, we're ending off the financial year and we're placed in a position where we would have already spent those resources treating with the previous year. And so now the school repair program will be placed at a priority with a $30 million spend. Of financial assistance to tertiary students under the Department of Advisory, Advanced Training and Advisory Services, DATAS, a $4 million allocation, because of course, we've always had a $500,000, let me say that again. With a spend upward of $3.5 million on average, Madam Presiding Officer, only $500,000 under the previous government was allocated for us to send our sons and daughters out for tertiary education. I would speak some more about that as we get later on into my presentation, but Madam Presiding Officer, $500,000 on average, but this government has set aside $4 million, and increases can be had there, as you heard Secretary of Tourism speaking about the scholarship program under DOTCAT, and where the need is apparent, the Secretary of Finance will save the day. Under community impact and project impact programs, again, priority, $2.1 million set aside for that. Construction of the new Scarborough Secondary School in this fiscal, $5 million for preparatory works, and at least to get that space secured. The implementation of our hybrid education program, and I'll come to those because I would want to proudly show off the policies that were not existent in the Division of Education and the type of work we did in DIRTEC over the last 4 years. But that implementation of hybrid education, brand new policy, the first of its kind in the nation, $5 million set aside for that. Our Tobago Special Education Campus, $1 million set aside to start again, preparatory works. Our Tobago Centric Curriculum, and again, I'll come back to that, Madam Presiding Officer. But we have $600,000 on average for that. And of course, our Pan-in Schools program, which the previous government just touted and spoke about, we are investing $2.4 million as we continue to take that program from as early as ECC, again, first of its kind in the nation, from as early as ECC all the way to secondary school. Madam Presiding Officer, these are not promises. These are performance targets. Now, Madam Presiding Officer, as I move forward in my contribution, I want to speak to a little bit about respect and reward and paying what is owed to our employees here in the Division of Education, Research and Technology. And I have some facts, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want the minority leader and councillor to take note. So when they spread their propaganda, I can quickly pull them back because the facts are here and the numbers don't lie. Madam Presiding Officer, from 2017 to 2021, under the PNM, gratuities and increments amounted only to $11.3 million in payout. Under this Tobago People's Party administration, 2021 to 2025, under this administration, $77.6 million. So we're comparing oranges with oranges, 4-year periods. 4-year periods, $11.3 million. 4-year period under us, $77.6 million. 7 times more, Madam Presiding Officer. And that is not coincidence, that is conscience. They preach loyalty, we practice fairness. They promise respect, Madam Presiding Officer, but we paid it. Under our financial assistance to tertiary education, from 2017 to 2021, the PNM dispersed $6.85 million. Let me say it again, $6.85 million. But under this TPP administration, we have dispersed $18.47 million. Triple the support, because we understand that education must never depend on a parent's pocket. We're building capacity on this island, and so we need to put our money where our mouth is. Financial assistance to necessitous students. 2017 to 2021, the PNM spent $950,000 to assist 2,608 students. Under this administration, 2021 to 2025, this administration spent $2.7 million assisting 5,219 students, doubling the reach and nearly tripling the investment. So while they ration school supplies, we restore dignity. While they ignore the poor, we open paths to prosperity. And that, Madam Presiding Officer, is not charity. It is justice in action. Write it down. Take notes. We're moving on to school infrastructure. Madam Presiding Officer, over the last 4 years, this administration has invested $150,728,929 in school repairs and upgrades across Tobago. I'm going to say it again. $150,728,929. And that is not patchwork, Madam Presiding Officer, that is progress. A lot of these schools, of course, you know, coming out of that COVID period, there were some periods we had to shut down, no construction, repairs, and so on could have happened. But there were periods while our students and staff were not in those facilities, where the People's National Movement ignored our plans. And so we met our schools in a state of total disrepair. And we had to expend $50+ million in our first year in office, repairing the schools that they neglected. The PNM left those schools broken and abandoned, and we rebuilt them and are rebuilding them piece by piece. Facts, not fax machine, according to my colleague, Secretary Boris. But Madam Presiding Officer, I alluded to it earlier. I'm lifting them up because I'm proud of them. Not a policy in place. I'm trying to remember the Secretaries of Education before me. Mr. London was there for a bit. There was a Gary Melville, a Whitney Alfred, Huey Cadet, Maslin Melville Jack for a little bit in the rolled over, and a chief secretary who was Secretary of Education. And imagine having to walk into a division renamed from the Division of Education, Youth Affairs and Sport to the Division of Education, Innovation and Energy, and now to the Division of Education, Research and Technology. Policies not in place, operating by VAPs. And so policies from scratch had to be developed and are showing off. Madam Presiding Officer, these are the policies crafted under this TPP administration. The Tobago Inclusive School Project Brief, full plans for a rollout in Signal Hill. The Tobago Teachers HR policy that speaks to, and I'm coming back to them because I'm showing off today, speaks to the contract teachers. They said they will regularize, and they cause the contract mess in the first place. And nutrition policy that guides our school feeding program. No policy, no contracts. Contracts, caterers just there operating without any type of framework, and we're going to fix that. Maxi taxi concessionaires, and I want to thank Assistant Secretary Orlando Kerr for advocating so strongly with me to get a policy in place. Our Pan in Schools program operating by VAPs. Tutors just coming in, doing whatever, no policy, no guardianship or custodianship over what they do, no proper payment mechanism, again, operating by VAPs. Or steel pan and music education curriculum, a full curriculum that can be taught in the schools, again, not by VAPs. Of course, my baby, the Tobago-centric curriculum, and I'll come back to that a bit later on, as I said before. Financial assistance policy that guides how we operate with our students accessing tertiary funding. Online education, not even the Ministry of Education has a policy like this. Very proud of it. The Community Impact Program making waves across the island right now. We're currently in cycle 2. 16 centers across the island, and Tobagonians can access free tutelage. Mathematics, English, computer literacy, and we're adding other subject areas very soon. And of course, early childhood care and education. And again, Assistant Secretary Kerr, thank you so much. We pushed a lot, and for the first time, we have a regularized establishment for ECC teachers here in Tobago under this TPP-led administration. Madam Presiding Officer, all these were written by this administration, not in existence before. They were in somebody's head on their computer. But for 3 years, these policies you're seeing here, because we didn't just create them yesterday, for 3 years, these policies were denied the funding under PNM-led central government. Madam Presiding Officer, I beg previous Minister of Education, I'm sending the policies to you, Madam Minister. Let's have a meeting where I can go through them and let you see the type of allocation we have and the fact that, we can't fund these policies and roll out and implement them in the way we want it to. And every meeting I've asked previous minister for, sorry, we'll have to postpone it. I'm busy now. We can't have it. I've met with Minister Dowlat so many times. You would wonder if Minister Dowlat is now an honorary Tobagonian. And that is the kind of collaboration and partnership we need to ensure that this island pushes in the direction we need to go. But it's okay, Madam Presiding Officer. God doesn't sleep. So, Madam Presiding Officer, we built the framework and they blocked the finance. We planned while they procrastinated. And while we prepared, they punished Tobago for daring to lead. But now, with real respect at the national level, Madam Presiding Officer, these policies would finally move from paper to practice. And this is what happens when readiness meets opportunity. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to continue with something that has been really niggling at me. This whole contractors, money spirited away to Trinidad contractors. My division has quite a large share of the kind of construction work that happens here on the island, with our school repair program being the foremost part of that industry. So let's speak facts and not fables this afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer. And let us end the most desperate lie of all, the claim that Tobago's money is being spirited, I like that word, spirited away to Trinidad contractors. Here are the facts, Madam Presiding Officer, and Tobago. Under our project implementation unit, right there in the division, because as you would appreciate, Madam Presiding Officer, we split the school repair program into 2 projects. What happens throughout the year, the PIU manages, and what happens in that July-August vacation period, EID is contracted to manage. Under PIU, 54 companies were engaged in school repair. And of the 54, 1 Trinidad contractor, and that is because and I spoke about it my first year in office. Every week I had to come and answer questions from the minority. You all probably know the name of the contractor by now, Avicon, and this Turbotech 99 for this waterproofing service that I am begging that Tobagonians get on board with the technology so he does not show up as the only contractor able to produce that service. So of 54, write it down, minority leader, 1 Trinidad contractor. Under EID 61 companies engaged over the period, 3 Trinidad. So if you do the maths, 115 companies. 115, not 4 companies, because none of them is 4 and 5 companies alone gain everything. 115 companies, Madam Presiding Officer. And of the 115, what is the maths? 111 are Tobago contractors. Write it down, minority leader, because if I hear you talk anything else, I'm asking you to correct it. The narrative needs to end here today. Of the 115 contractors over our 4 years in office, 111 of them were Tobago contractors, not 4 and 5. 111. 98% to be exact. Tobago contractors. So when they cry robbery, I ask rob by who? Because the numbers don't lie. Tobago money stayed right here in Tobago's hands. They probably didn't go in your financier's hands. But it stayed right here in Tobago's. And a lot of small contractors finally got the opportunity to be able to get into the industry and to build their capacity because they were afforded the opportunities through the OPR, of course, to be able to hone their craft. And I want a message, and I want the minority leader to carry the message to me. The bad guys walking up and down, and let me stress that, the bad guys walking up and down in my electoral district, whining about getting no work and begging people to give them a chance in the election because they want to return to their feeding frenzy. Now hear me and hear me well, and I would talk it outside of here so they wouldn't have the excuse that it's parliamentary cover and I come in here and call their name. Soon we'll be on the outside. I have every cent documented, every contract given, every check, every project that they were privy to, amounting to almost $15 million, that they're saying they didn't get anything under this TPP government, and I'm waiting patiently on the outside. Greed. The fact that under this government, they never supported it, But under this government, almost $15 million in contracts, but being promised by a political leader, send a candidate, and let's go out there and talk about the fact that they did not benefit, so the feeding frenzy will continue. Not while I have health and strength in my body. I don't have to be the candidate, but not once I have health and strength. All will be laid bare. And again, I said I don't need parliamentary cover. I will say bravely on the outside. Because again, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration does not hide behind slogans like Port Tobago first against stale. We have already done it and been doing it through equity, Madam Presiding Officer, opportunity, and most importantly, integrity. 98, and I want to say it again before I move on to my next section, 98% of Tobago contractors were afforded contracts in the Division of Education, Research and Technology under this TPP-led administration. Not propaganda, progress. Let's go on now to achievements and alignment. Now you know the saying, show me your work and I'll show you who you are. Well, here's the work. Under DIRTEC, we have strengthened ECC centers, giving our youngest learners the right start. Again, after finally establishing them. Just they're willing in it, blowing in the wind. No full establishment. And so now that entire unit fully established and enjoying the rights, just as their counterparts in Trinidad. We're currently working on ensuring that the salary scales are on par, and so that work is in progress. And of course, I just boasted about the repairing and refurbishing of primary and secondary schools across the island, rebuilding what was left to rot. We train teachers across every level from ECC to secondary, and we've also included our tutors up there at the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute in our training in AI, assessment reform, conflict resolution, and of course, professional growth. This Tobago Education District has dominated in sports, and you all know that. And I boast about it, and I train a job for you, where is Secretary Clark? Because the Division of Education, sometimes I say, oh gosh, boy, we missed the youth affairs and sport part of it. Because the amount of sport my sport in education unit takes part in, and the fact that Tobago has been so dominant in sport, not only track and field, but netball, football, basketball, just name it. That is the type of investment we're making in our children. And so our primary students have captured the National Track and Field title for the 3rd consecutive year this year. And this year we brought it in 21 gold medals, 489 points, national champions once again. Let us now big up Rocks Road Secondary School, of course you all know. National track and field champions, secondary, male and female, overall school. I find a look at Pongola, that's in Rocks Road Sec. I'm proud of Rocks Road Sec. And of course our schools continue to dominate in netball, football.
You have 5 minutes.
All right, my chief will give me an additional 10 minutes if I so require it. Cricket. Of course, we launched kids athletics, trained teachers and coaches. And yes, Madam Presiding Officer, before I forget, we repaired and recommissioned the Kendall Aquatic Facility for $2.6 million, a facility that was less than 8 years old. Imagine going up there to put up, and you know they get real horrors when they see us putting up the recommissioned plaques. We shouldn't have had to be putting up recommissioned plaques. We should have been building an aquatic facility in the north side, Pollard? That $2.6 million could have built something somewhere else. But of course, when you have the shoddy work and the kickbacks and the corruption culture of the PNM, this administration was bogged down with repairing facilities instead of building brand new ones. But the work continues. So again, I say 8 years, and already had to be renovated for $2.6 million. And then, oh God, another one that has bothered me. Just like the Kendall Aquatic Facility, the Scarborough Library, constructed under the People's National Movement, opened in 2015 after 11 years of delay and cost overruns amounted to $86 million in cost. We still had to go and repair its roof earlier this year for almost $4 million. A facility not even 2 decades old. I was probably in Form 4 when we had an earthquake, and for years, Tobago children didn't even know what it meant like to utilize a library. And in no time flat, we had to be spending $4 million repairing its roof. And that, Madam Presiding Officer, is the burden this administration has borne, repairing not only schools and pools and facilities across the island, but the wreckage of the PNM's workmanship. Madam Presiding Officer, DIRTEC has revived the Pan in the Classroom program, hosted Rhythm of the Isle, and that was in honor of the late Deuce Iron Anthony. We have also trained students in dance and choral music. We've done excellently in the music festival that we were privy to last year, and of course we're preparing for one next year. And we have reignited Tobago's creative heartbeat. We have advanced the special education campus, a comprehensive inclusive vision for persons with disabilities from birth throughout adulthood, and I spoke to that policy and the user brief that we have here prepared, and of course the funding. And I thank you again, Secretary Roberts, for understanding that that is priority and it means so much for us to get that campus started. It was a promise by the previous administration that of course didn't materialize. And of course, Mr. Minority Leader, as you are very much aware, we received the WIM facilities keys from UDCOT, but of course, because outstanding payments were left by your administration, we had to pay some of those off and get the electricity up and running before we can open the doors. But trust me, it's opening soon. We supported tertiary students through data, as I said before, funded engineers, educators, designers, innovators, just name it. Spent almost $19 million there. And all this aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal number 4 of providing quality education and building a highly educated and innovative population. Madam Presiding Officer, while they talked about education, we transformed it. While they built slogans, we built systems. And so when the PNM repeats, it's already tired chant, it's tired already. Look for the next one. Put Tobago first again. Remind them, remind you, we never stop putting Tobago first. Colleagues, did we ever? No. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, we continue to respect our people by paying what others denied. We continue to reward our workers because dignity is not a favor. We continue to rebuild our schools and facilities, including those they built badly. We continue to restore trust in governance because transparency replaced trickery. We continue to reimagine Tobago not as the forgotten sibling, but as the island shaping the nation's tomorrow. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, as this term draws to a close, any minute now, I don't know, I'm feeling kind of reflective. You know, you're thinking about your first day in here, tears coming out of my eye when we nominated our Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine as Chief Secretary. I wish to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the 5 administrators. The 5 administrators I had at the Division of Education, Research and Technology. Mrs. Denise Toby Kwashi, Ms. Shelley Trim, Mrs. Diane Baker Henry, Ms. Sherian Edwards-Louis, and my current administrator, Ms. Janelle Williams. I also wish to thank the staff at the Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities, and Transportation over the last 2 or so months for us to work together with the Carnival and the Tobago Blue Food. And thank you, Secretary Boris, as well, for holding my hand through it all. It was a really remarkable experience. I think Tobago did exceedingly well this year with our festivals. The work continues to ensure that our service providers are handled in the way that they deserve. And of course, Secretary Roberts continues to work with us. We've done a lot of payments in clearing that debt. We're now working on the heritage payments, and then we'll treat with this year's carnival, but we've cleared up the debt. Last year's carnival, national carnival, we're almost at the end of Rhythm and Soul, and we're working very hard because, of course, we understand the value of the work provided by our service providers. Now, this is not an excuse, but I saw Marshal Montano receive his check for Soca Monarch just 2 or so.
Member, your time have expired.
So, what did you say, Madam Presiding Officer? No problem, Madam Presiding Officer.
Assemblyman Augustine.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg to move that the speaking time of the member be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that the member be given an additional 10 minutes to complete her presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, please continue.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The point I was making is we run into a very peculiar scenario here in Tobago where our financial year ends right as the carnival season has begun. And I think in our ambition as an administration to really run out there with a groundbreaking festival, that first year, of course, jumping in straight after COVID and trying to revitalize the economy with that Tobago Carnival, we really had that ambition. speak to what we wanted to see for the island. And so we've been really trying our very best to manage the growing needs of that festival while also sustaining and maintaining the other festivals we have here on the island. And so we must speak to our determination to clear those debts. And as I said before, Secretary Roberts has given us, that assurance that we're going to continue clearing the debt. And I want to let our Tobago stakeholders know, our service providers know, that, we don't sleep comfortably knowing that we have these bills on the outside, because it's our bills and we have to pay them. And so I want to give that commitment that we're going to work very hard in clearing the debt. We've already cleared almost $13 million in debt, and I'm really happy that you've put that as a priority, Secretary Roberts, and I'm grateful for that. And so as I close, Madam Presiding Officer, again, I want to thank the residents of the electoral district, that beautiful, diverse, unique electoral district of Bethesda, Leketo, Golden Lane, and Woodlands. Thank you for their faith, their fire, and the fight that they've pushed me in this last 4 years. We have proven that progress is possible when service is sincere. And we have proven that leadership is not a slogan, but it's rather a sacrifice. We have also proven that in just 4 short years, this Tobago People's Party that I'm proud to be a member of has done more for Tobago than the 21 years of mismanagement under the previous administration. And so the next time, my Tobagonians, they come to you shouting, because again, they're trying to make this slogan catch. They're trying to make it stick. Put Tobago first again. Look them square in the eye and say, Tobago was already first. And the day they were voted out, Tobago was first. Because we, Madam Presiding Officer, never had to promise to put Tobago first. We've been doing it all along. Not again, not someday, not after the elections, not because I want your vote, but right now. And this TPP administration puts Tobago first, always. I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Minority Councillor Patel, Daniel Benoit, you may now join the slip.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to join the debate. This member and Secretary of Education seems very hot and bothered. And the People's National Movement came up with the appropriate slogan, and it seemed to be a bother for members opposite. Putting Tobago first again, because over the last 4 years, Tobago has been placed last. And the member spoke about her division would have afforded 98% of Tobago contractors, but I'm not sure if I heard from the member the value of the 98% to Tobago contractors versus the 2% of the contractors outside of Tobago. But I have with me information where, and this is in another division, where clearly Tobago contractors were placed last. So I have a number of projects. The project Argyle to Roxborough Bloody Bay, that was for a contract sum of $25.872 million. A Tobago contractor was placed last. Over a Trinidad contractor, we have the Dutch Fort to Scarborough project, that in the sum of $19.481 million. Tobago contractor placed last. Milford Road to Pigeon Point via the Milford Court and Bonacore development. That contract sum was a whopping $54.782 million. Tobago contractor placed last. Stage in the Sea, $1.758 million. Tobago contractor placed last. Adventure Phase 3, land and housing development, $156.595. Tobago contractor placed last. Early Childhood Center, $7.3 million Tobago contractor paid last. And there's a list that goes on where the Tobago contractor is paid last. And, Madam Presiding Officer, we did not just come here parroting, spiriting away, and building another economy. Madam Presiding Officer, it was the Secretary of Infrastructure, when he was vying to be in office, gave a whole economic lecture about what happens when you spirit away contracts. Yes, you. I could pull the recording. You build an economy elsewhere. The member is on record on a television interview saying that black table talks, when you spirit away, you're building an economy elsewhere. And he gave all the pros and cons about that. So it's on that backdrop that we find it quite disingenuous that the members opposite will come and speak otherwise. And Madam Presiding Officer, that is why, because Tobago and Tobagonians have been placed last, the slogan is apt that the People's National Movement will put Tobago first again. And Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary of Health in her presentation, she spoke about the PNM having 5 consecutive terms. But Madam Presiding Officer, 5 consecutive terms. In 2001, the PNM went to the electorate after being out of office from 1980 to 2001. The PNM went to the polls and the people gave the PNM an opportunity. The PNM did well, so when they returned to the polls asking for another opportunity to lead Tobago, the people of Tobago voted for the PNM again in 2005. The PNM went back to the people for another term in 2009. The people scored, the people would have ticked positive to the PNM stewardship and gave them another term in 2009. We went back again in 2013, and the people said, yes, you are doing well, I will give you all 12 seats. And in 2017, again, the PNM returned to the people, and the people marked the PNM's scorecard. So at every interval, over the 5 consecutive terms, the PNM went to the people. And it is now, we went in 2021, and we did not gain approval, so we are on this side. But now it is your turn to go to the people. And the people will then mark your scorecard, and this time you may be found wanting.
Members, please allow her to make her presentation uninterrupted.
Yes.
Minority Councillor, you will. Minority Councillor, please continue.
But I could understand how the 5 consecutive terms returning to the people and being voted in could irk those on the other side. Yes? So, your scorecard. Will be marked very soon by the people. And Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to address the Secretary of Infrastructure. And he spoke about the rent and lease program. And coming into office, the expenditure was $25 million every year. But Madam Presiding Officer, I want to remind this House, and this was presented here at a time before, and I want to remind the House about the mismanagement of this said rent and lease program under this secretary and this administration. And to correct the record, if you look at the yellow books and you look at the actual expenditure, in 2021, under the rent and lease program in the division, that expenditure was $10.15 million. In 2022, that figure increased to $12.2 million. But Madam Presiding Officer, in 2023, under the stewardship of this secretary, that expenditure ballooned to $35.5 million. And then we saw where the program was shut down. So I am not sure where the member got his figures from, but the records show the member said,
Assemblyman James, I know you know better than that. Minority Council, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The records show, Madam Presiding Officer, that the member was inaccurate. Madam Presiding Officer, this motion that we are debating today cloaks itself in patriotic and development language. However, it fails to address the realities of Tobago's fiscal management, delivery record, and the accountability deficit with this current executive. And while the motion bathes itself in glowing language about Tobago's central role and the strategic selectivity model, what it really does is attempt to mask underperformance with public relations. And it is quite interesting, Madam Presiding Officer, that out of all the years that this administration has presented its reallocation motion, it is the first year that they have sought to highlight, include, and lump the government spend by ministries in Tobago to the THA allocation. And Madam Presiding Officer, it is nothing new that over the years, the central government will indicate in its budget presentation its spend by ministries and departments in Tobago. And there are a number of years where the government spend in Tobago would have been more than this current year. And I just want to point out a couple. So in 2016, the additional government spend in Tobago was $1.13 billion. In 2018, it was $1.09 billion. And coming closer to the tenure of this administration, in 2021, the additional spend by the central government, $754.5 million in 2021. In 2022, The government spend was 788 million. In 2023, Madam Presiding Officer, the government would have indicated in its budget that its additional spending Tobago, 731.5 million, 2024, 678.5. That similar amount was in 2025. And of course, in 2026, we see it appearing in the reprioritization motion. But more than that, Madam Presiding Officer, what we did not hear in this budget's presentation was the disaggregation of the allocation. And I am not sure if that was deliberate, because last fiscal, when the budget was read, we heard a lot of concerns, and we heard the budget, although we would have had year-on-year increases, we heard members opposite calling the budget fiscal wickedness. But, Madam Presiding Officer, for years the central government disclosed Tobago spend, the direct THA allocation, plus any additional sums expended through ministries. But this administration never once disclosed or included that figure in their reallocation motion until 2026. And we have to ask ourselves the question, why only 2026 that this administration saw it fit to include and lump the government spending Tobago with the allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly? Could it be because the information at the time did not fit the narrative of this current administration, and because now their friends are in government in Trinidad, it now fits the narrative for them to so do? And as I indicated before, it is quite curious that in this budget presentation, the Minister of Finance did not disaggregate what the allocation to Tobago was in terms of recurrent, DP, URP, and CPEP. And that is customary in the budget presentation. And I just want to take us back a bit and cause us to look a little deeper. So in 2025, the THA would have received 2.599 billion, an increase of $22.756 million. And this is on the backdrop of year-on-year increases in allocation to this administration over its life. So in 2022, the allocation was 2.336 billion. That increased by 185 million in 2023 to 2.521 billion. And then a further increase in 2024 of 664.2 million to 2.585 billion. And in 2025, as I indicated, an increase of 22.756 million to 2.599. And when we disaggregate the allocation in 2025, we had 2.376 billion for recurrent, 205 million for development, 18 million for URP, and 9.2 million for CPEP. And all this was disclosed in the budget. But for fiscal 2025, Madam Presiding Officer, I indicated before, there was a cut in the DP from 260 million to 205. But notwithstanding the overall year-on-year increase in the allocation, this administration, this THA, and this Secretary of Finance, they labeled the budget as fiscal wickedness. And I want to quote the Secretary of Finance. And she says, today's presentation was very disappointing, but not surprising. It was a slap in the face, for Tobagonians. It was very empty and lengthy, very oppressive, regressive, and a hopeless presentation for Tobago. We have also seen a slash in our development program. Tobago, 205 million cannot sustain you. 205 million cannot build Tobago's economy. And the Secretary continued with her hopeless cry back in October 2004. So, fast forward, that was her cry then. Now we are in fiscal 2026, and again, it is quite curious that the Minister of Finance did not disclose the breakdown of the allocation. The Secretary in her presentation today would have disclosed it, but what is again quite interesting is that we did not hear from the Minister of Finance what was the recurrent allocation for 2026, what is the DP allocation. We did not hear was the allocation for URP, nor did we hear what was the allocation for CPEP. And today, Madam Presiding Officer, the allocation in 2026 for DP is 201 million. That has decreased from 205 to 201, even less than what the Secretary called and this THA called fiscal wickedness. But we did not hear that cry. We did not hear what can $201 million do for the development of Tobago. We were told that with an allocation of $201 million that we should celebrate. So 205 was bad, but 201 is great. And Madam Presiding Officer, that was the position of the Executive Council. And now we are seeing that the Secretary and the Executive is singing a different story. But Madam Presiding Officer, I want to spend a little time and reiterate, because putting Tobago first again seemed to be making those on the other side uneasy. And the PNM has come with a brand new, bold vision for Tobago, putting Tobago first again. And the minority leader would have identified some areas where we will have focus and some areas that we will want to highlight. And I think it is worth restating. And our bold new vision, Scarborough 2030 reimagined. And under this pillar, we're going to be looking at a dedicated cruise ship port, a cargo port at Cove, and as the minority leader indicating, those studies, those feasibility studies. Madam Presiding Officer, I sat very quiet today for all the presentations of the members.
Members, Assemblyman Pollard and Assemblyman James. Assemblyman Pollard and Assemblyman James, please allow for her to conclude her presentation uninterrupted.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Bypass and scenic causeway. Duty-free zone in Scarborough.
Duty-free? What?
And a clean, smart city. So, Madam Presiding Officer, on the youth and sport, this administration, again, putting Tobago last, would have left a lot of projects abandoned. We have the Goodwood Sporting Facility abandoned, putting Tobago last. This PNM will complete the Goodwood facility. The indoor sporting facility abandoned. Burton Sinclair indoor sporting facility abandoned. Place last. PNM will complete the Burton Sinclair sporting facility. Upgrades to the Sid Gray complex. Under education, Madam Presiding Officer, at Tobago Integrated University campus, completion of the Scarborough Secondary School, smart agriculture and food security, completion, another project left abandoned, completion of the Goldsboro Agro Processing Facility, expanding the farmland development program, creating a smart farm network. And Madam Presiding Officer, the minority leader would have identified areas under several pillars that it is worth reiterating. So, Madam Presiding Officer, I don't know why those on the other side feel that because in 2021, we were voted out of office, that we should cower and remain silent. Madam Presiding Officer, we have sat, the people have looked, the people have experienced that under this administration, they have suffered the most hardship in a very long time. And the PNM is here to say that we have heard your cries and we are coming to the rescue by putting Tobagonians first.
Member, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And as I conclude, Madam Presiding Officer, the measure of leadership is not about how loudly we applaud ourselves, but it's how faithfully we serve our people. And from the reports of the people on the ground, they have not been serviced. They have not been serviced well. Tobagonians are not asking for miracles. They are asking for better management. They are asking for greater accountability. And Madam Presiding Officer, again, we came to this house and we did not hear how the allocation that was received by the Tobago House of Assembly was spent over the period. We came to this house, Madam Presiding Officer, and before the TPP or the PDP came into office, we heard the cries of the opposition about unspent balances. This is the first time since sitting here we have heard anything about unspent balances and what the unspent balances were used for. So it will be good in the Secretary's winding up to indicate to the people over the last 4 years what was the unspent balance and what was the unspent balance used for. So we are not asking for motions filled with applause. What we are asking for is real accountability. And today, what stands before this House is not a motion of progress. It is a motion of PR and public relations. It is an attempt to rename underperformance as strategic selectivity, to crown confusion as transformation, and to baptize mediocrity as a fiscal responsibility. But Tobago deserves better. Tobago has been looking on, and Tobago deserves an administration and a THA that will tell them the truth, even when it's inconvenient to do so. So, Madam Presiding Officer, as the minority, we stand here on behalf of all the young people searching for greater opportunities, searching for sustainable employment. We stand here on behalf of all the service providers singing, dancing, crying out to be paid in a timely manner. We stand here on behalf of the contractors who have been blacklisted. And
Member, your time has elapsed.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And the PNM will do better, and the PNM will put Tobago first. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Assemblyman Augustine, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I want to commence by thanking the Secretary of Finance for doing such a stellar job at managing the fiscal space of Tobago and the Tobago House of Assembly. I want to thank all of my colleagues, especially those in the Executive Council, who over the past 3.5 of a year, who have managed tight fiscal spaces in divisions. I want to thank public officers who, through innovation and just sheer grit, has been able to work with this administration in delivering to the people of Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, we have been talking campaign slogans all day, and I understand the anxieties. On this side, we are anxious about a renewal. On that side, they are anxious because they don't know when again they will see themselves through the doors of this chamber. But they are trying to present to the people of Tobago a slogan, Tobago first again. And before coming in here, a gentleman who is now a liaison officer in the office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Ashworth Jack, he called me and he said, please tell them that he and TOP wore back the slogan from 2013, which was Tobago first.
Yes, Tobago first.
Because in 2013, they couldn't say Tobago first when they wanted to trump up xenophobia and racism to win an election, but all of a sudden they know Tobago is first. But we on this side came into office with a mantra let me fix this. And as I listen to my colleagues who presented all day, I want to caution my colleagues. Don't complain about the amount of things you had to fix. Because perhaps the slogan was prophetic. In that, coming into office, we knew that there would be so much bad work to fix, so much shoddy work to fix, so much policies unwritten and undelivered, so much fiscal mismanagement to fix that we had to spend 4 years doing some fixing. Because the thing about good governance is that you don't get the luxury of coming and tearing down everything. That's not how governance works. Sometimes when you get into office, what you have to do is to fix things, correct things, and then start building upon that. That's how governance works anywhere in the world. I want to spend my time also correcting some misinformation, and I believe it's deliberate misinformation being given on the other side. Because I don't want to believe that people are functionally illiterate while some information being peddled are being peddled. It must be deliberate misinformation. Can't be anything else. Madam Presiding Officer, let me be clear, if I wasn't clear before. The highest allocation Tobago House of Assembly received prior to now is 4.37%. We have said that that is bad. This fiscal, we were allocated 5%. We have said that is good, it's a step in the right direction, but we have also said it is still not good enough. As a matter of fact, I am on record, and I want those opposite to go pull the television interviews I did post the budget, and you will hear me on every single occasion refuse to even acknowledge what the central government plans to spend in Tobago, and I'll tell you why. Because the councillor just got up and spoke about what was allocated in the budget to be spent in Tobago by ministries. But that cannot be measured up to this point. If we are to go back and check the actual expenditure records, they spent significantly less. So they were allocating these so-called monies to be spent in Tobago and did not utilize them in Tobago, except for paying salaries. Go up by Camp Signal Hill, where Defense Force is. Look, I am trying to reduce the amount of vehicles that we are renting for police and Coast Guard and the regiment. And every time I instruct that we take them out of commission, they're writing back and begging, please, give us a little more time. If, in fact, central governments passed, this one not there for a whole year, so let's see how they will manage this budget. But if governments passed, including the non-PNM central governments passed, really cared about Tobago and really utilized those allocations that they said they were going to spend in Tobago, we won't have this problem where the THA has to go outside of its 5th schedule remit to assist with the execution of 6th schedule matters. And so let me be clear, 4.37% to the Tobago House of Assembly was bad. 5% is good, but it's not good enough. And I am on record as saying that we will keep pushing this central government until we get to the ideal. I also want to correct another piece of misinformation. And the councillor spent time detailing what she believes were instances where Tobago were placed last. And Madam Presiding Officer, you know the strange thing about PNM DNA is that they have a kind of belly, more than calabashes. They have a kind of bold-facedness, even when they are the ones in error. I mean, the only thing to compare that with is Lucifer, to be quite honest. Madam Presiding Officer,
Please be guided by the standing orders. Parliamentary language, please.
I didn't know calling the name Lucifer was unparliamentary, right? And I don't know describing PNM as such was unparliamentary. I didn't describe any particular member of this House. But I'm saying, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want to show you the example. When we inherited government, UDCOT had some projects for Tobago, primarily under community development, youth development, and sport. In October of the fiscal year 2023, because you know the fiscal year starts in October. It started October 2022. So fiscal year 2023, October, which will be October 2022. We were making payments diligently to UDCOT for the projects they have in Tobago. We met with them prior to October, and we shared concerns about 2 projects. For the project in Goodwood, we pointed out, we said, look, this project, if we build the pavilion there, we have to now expend some monies to move the lighting fixtures around the playing field. Can you tell us how much it will cost us if we relocate the project? In fact, at that time, there was no brickwork on the pavilion, nothing on the pavilion. We asked them that today, and before the week finished, and before they could give us information, they run up with bricks. We said, okay, they already gone up with bricks, we will continue to pay on the project. With regards to the facility at the parade grounds, Madam Presiding Officer, we sat with the stakeholders, those in netball, those in basketball, those in futsal, those in tennis, anybody who will want to use an indoor sporting facility. Because the difference between this government and the PNM is that we actually listen to stakeholders and listen to the people of Tobago. The stakeholders in that meeting said to us and to UDCOT, if you build that facility as it is, we cannot play any international sport in it. You can't accommodate international sport with an indoor facility with a single court. You have to have additional courts for warm-up, additional courts for training from your competition court. So we said to UDCOT, can we look at what we have, make some modifications to the design, so we will have a larger facility than the one that we have? Yet we were paying on the projects. We crossed over into January 2023, same fiscal year. And early in that fiscal year, UDCOT comes to Tobago to have a meeting. This meeting was held at Shaw Park Complex. Secretary Clark was present. I had reps from Finance. I'm not sure if Secretary Baines was present. Secretary Baines was also present at the meeting. UDCOT came and UDCOT said to us, we are no longer going to do your projects. No written notice at first, just word of mouth, we're pulling out. Now, we paying you to do our projects, and we just pull out. They breached the contract. You know why? Because the PNM Prime Minister who was in charge of UDCOT tell them don't do no project in Tobago and suffer Tobagonians. That is an act of putting Tobago last. And that is PNM. And then when they done that, Madam Presiding Officer, it took UDCOT a whole year to 2 years to transfer the projects to the Tobago House Assembly. Every other month we writing them, can we have our projects? Can you hand over our projects? Send the project brief. We want to see what was done so we could continue. We even took a decision as an executive. Whoever the contractors were that UDCOT utilized, we will use the same contractors. So we're not going back out to tender although we are a different agency having to tender for those contracts, and still it took them almost 2 years to hand over the projects. You know why? Because those on the other side are only focused on gaining power and never really about empowering the people of Tobago and ensuring that the people of Tobago get good service. And so when they talk about putting Tobago last, that is putting Tobago last. And then they come here to behave as though somehow we are the reason why those projects were not completed, when in fact they orchestrated it in their boardrooms, in their party headquarters in Balize House, and then enacted it as government policy to punish Tobagonians for not voting for them. But Tobagonians are smart. We have lived this history before. There's a reason, Madam President Officer, why my father will never vote PNM. As a matter of fact, my father once told me, even if I run for PNM, I'm not getting his vote. You know why? Because when he was a young man and got his first job, he could not get a salary because Tobago revolted and voted against PNM. So it is in their DNA to punish Tobagonians whenever Tobagonians stand up for themselves. And coming to talk about putting Tobago first. Did they put Tobago first when Basil Pitt and all of them, some of them who became members afterwards, run down to Trinidad and said Tobago don't want any Tobago House of Assembly? With fake petitions? Did they put Tobago first when they rejected the offerings that the Simongal draft brought out to form the first THA? We ended up with a watered down Act 37 of 1980. Did they put Tobago first in 1996 when Robinson could not get through the kinds of constitutional change that we want? In fact, the history will show that the only time the Tobago House of Assembly, the people of Tobago, has received any real movement on autonomy and Tobago's development is when they're not in power and others are in office. That's the fact. Talking about putting Tobago last, Madam Presiding Officer, on July 26, 2022, my office of the Chief Secretary, we paid WASA to run lines in a farmland development project in Argyle. Note the date, the 26th of July 2022. We paid WASA. We paid WASA their monies in full. 2022 come and finish, no lines. 2023 come and finish, no lines. 2024 come and finish, no lines. And Madam Presiding Officer, you know what I had to do? When the government changed, I had to pick up the phone, call the line minister and said, Minister, we have this thing outstanding. It is holding up a $28 million project in Argyle for the farmers. We need the lines. We can't get the permission from WASA yet to dig the wells. Years we're waiting. And Madam Presiding Officer, in under 24 hours, a work order was issued because WASA had already procured the services, had the files sit down there, refusing to execute it because they want to punish Tobagonians, because they wanted to put Tobago last. That is how PNM operates. I'll give you an next example. We have paid for all the lines to be run in Belmont for the farmers. Up to now, the lines can't be run. We have paid for electricity. And when I saw PNM on the platform trail, where she lost the election, boasting as though they put lights between Kings Bay and Charleville, when this THA had to spend over $900,000 to get those lights, and had to make noise and push to get it. And all now we still have lights we pay for. We can't get outstanding, already paid for. Tobagonians have seen how they continue to put us last. I know they were shocked by the general elections results because they thought that propaganda and fake profiles will drive the outcomes for an election. And Tobagonians proved that we are much more intelligent than small talk and stupid talk. And they came out and voted against their abusers. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, we're talking about this administration and what will happen in this fiscal year. We've heard from other divisions about how they have excelled in this 4 years in comparison to any previous 4 years. And I'm saying any. I am certain that no 4 years led by Orville London paid as much gratuities to teachers in education than this 4 years. Not one. I am certain, it's 215 million and counting across the entire THA we have spent in gratuities. Asking where the money gone to Tobagonians. I am certain, Madam Presiding Officer, no previous 4 years spent more money on school repairs because we want to ensure that our children have the best physical plans to go to school in. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, in this fiscal year, under the Office of the Chief Secretary, we continue work on the Tobago Autonomy Project. And I want to correct some misinformation placed in this house last week. Can you see that they're good at misinformation? They're good at misinformation and fake news. Maybe they took a page out of Donald Trump, or maybe Donald Trump took a page out of their book, because they seem more proficient at it than he is. When we look, Madam Presiding Officer, at the Tobago bills that were placed before the Parliament, and I made a point last week that the PNM have been saying to Tobagonians, if you want more money, accept bills that takes away your rights. The councillor got up last week and tried to hoodwink the public because I made mention of one example, which is that right to our maritime space. And there's a reason I made it as an example. Because in 2013, when Tobagonians rejected the Kamla bill, and they didn't just reject it, they rejected it by also voting against the party that Kamla supported in Tobago. In the same way they rejected the 2021 bill by voting against them. If the bill was so good, Tobagonians would have voted them back in. Tobagonians have already adjudicated on their bills as being poor, insufficient, inadequate for what we need. But I raised the issue for maritime space because there was some on this island who went around campaigning with and for the PNM, including leaders in the PNM who said, don't accept no bill unless you get 200 miles. Poor Tobagonians, many didn't even understand what is it. They didn't understand exclusive economic zone and territorial waters and the difference. But they campaigned on that fast track to when they're in office and could provide the bills. They left it out, and I want to make the distinction. In the bills they propose, there are schedules in the bill. Madam Presiding Officer, Schedule 1 is the list of matters to which the Tobago Executive Council shall have exclusive administrative jurisdiction in Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, that is what we have right now. All we have now is exclusive administrative jurisdiction. That is what we have. Why, if there is inclement weather, we don't call no minister in Trinidad. Well, let me correct the grammar. We don't call any minister in Trinidad to ask if we could close school because we have exclusive administrative jurisdiction. It is why the Monday after Carnival we could say we're closing our offices because we have exclusive administrative jurisdiction. And it's why we decided in January of 2022 to remove the dress code policy long before they picked sense in Trinidad and do the same, because we have exclusive administrative jurisdiction. And the councillor stood in this house and listed fisheries as one of those areas we have exclusive administrative jurisdictions for in the bills. And that is correct. But that does not give us any more authority than we have now. We have exclusive administrative jurisdiction now, and we're catching with skin to police what's happening in the Marine Park. That is why we stood in this house on the 17th of November, the 42nd sitting of that session in 2020, and passed a bill and sent it down to Parliament. And the PNM THS sent it to a PNM Parliament, and it still enriched the Parliament floor. Because exclusive administrative jurisdiction is not the same thing as lawmaking powers. And everybody knows that law is the tool you use to enact and enforce policy. And so when I go to the list of areas for which we have lawmaking ability, it says the list of matters for which Tobago legislators shall have exclusive lawmaking powers in Tobago. 1, agriculture, plant and animal quarantine. 2, community affairs and cooperatives. 3, conservation, other than national environment conservation. So in other words, we ain't good enough to do national environmental conservation, right? Consumer affairs, culture and entertainment, economic planning and development, other than macroeconomic policy, national planning and development. Education, library, training and skill development, emergency management systems, employment of persons who are not citizens. Imagine that we are lawmaking ability over employment of persons who are not citizens, right? And we look at what they leave out. 10, financial matters including borrowing, investments, revenue and other matters. The Tobago Island government, other than banking, central and commercial, financial intelligence, foreign exchange and exchange control, macroeconomic policy, national insurance, national pension scheme, and taxation. So they leave out all of those. We have forestry. We have generation, supply, and distribution of renewable energy. We have health and social services other than national pension. We have heritage and historical sites. We have housing, industries, trade and businesses. We have land buildings other than land and buildings vested in the state and specifically appropriated to the use of the government, including holding of land by persons who are not citizens. And is other than that, so in other words, we will still not be able to manage this land license issue, right? For a foreigner to buy land here, we'll still have to have a massa in Trinidad decide whether they could buy it or not. That's what PNM is telling us to accept to get more money. And right now, as it is, all state lands are vested in the THA, as it is right now. As it is right now, all the state properties, including a residence for the president and the prime minister, are actually under the exclusive administrative jurisdiction of the THA. As it is right now, I could send Secretary of Works and team up in Blaming to fix a pipe up there because the law says we should maintain their residence. Right now, they added in the lawmaking matters related to the proceedings and operations of the Tobago Legislature, which is good. Prevention and control of fires, restaurants, bars, casinos, and other similar establishments.
Member,
sports.
You have 5 minutes.
No problem. Sports, the environment other than environmental management authority. So we can manage the environment, but the masses in Trinidad will send up AMA to stop the project still. Right? Tourism, including amenities and levies, transport, roads, and highways. In other words, nowhere in the list for which we have lawmaking ability has fisheries or anything to do with the maritime space. And then you see suspiciously missing things like collection of statistics and data and some other things that are actually in the 5th schedule. They remove curriculum from education, for example, which is currently in the 5th schedule. And I want to say it loud and clear. We might be poor, but we pious. And Tobagonians have a right to be biggish about what it wants and how it wants its government to look and feel like. That's what the right to self-determination is. And it is an insult to the people of Tobago to say, I will give you more money only if you accept what we give to you. That is political prostitution. That's abuse. It's abusive. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, in this fiscal year, there are 2 things that need to happen. 1, there are some simple things that this central government must do to enhance our ability to execute Act 40 of 1996. while simultaneously we do whatever consultation is necessary with the people of Tobago to get new bills. Both need to happen at the same time. In other words, while we are consulting on new bills, town and country planning should move. The land license stuck with a Minister of Finance must be removed. While we are consulting for new bills, they have to fix the quorum for this house. Because they run and change the numbers to 15, hoping to win an election, and did not change the actual quorum required for the house. So the same quorum for 12 is the same quorum in law for 15. They have to fix the stranglehold in terms of the construction of the executive council and some other simple matters. There is need, perhaps, for an omnibus piece of legislation that will simply say wherever a piece of legislation says minister, when it comes to Tobago and fifth schedule matters, a secretary shall execute those responsibilities. And all of that can be done while we give Tobagonians yet another opportunity to refine what we want in the national parliament concerning Tobago. And that's the two-pronged approach for the Tobago Autonomy Project at this time. Secondly, at OCS, we continue with the POSH program. We have already distributed lands. The surveys were completed. The application for subdivision already done. And we are simply waiting on valuation of those lands because that POSH program, we allocate those lands at 10% of the value of the land to Tobagonians. Giving Tobagonians a piece of this 116 square miles is a priority for this government. In this month, we are going to extend the POSH program because in this month, we are going to take all our unused and derelict government quarters, put them in the POSH program, do the random draw, and give them to public officers to just pay for them at market value and to spend their own monies without any grants to fix and build homes for themselves. It is better Tobagonians own those properties than they stay there derelict as they are now. In terms of digitization, we started that project, and right now as it is, if you go to the canteen over at the office of the Chief Secretary, you will see machines are there where we are digitizing records and moving our operations from manual to online. The My THA Online initiative will see us in early December.
Member, your time has expired. Honorable members, the question put is that the member be given an extension of 10 minutes speaking time to complete his presentation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Member, you may continue.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I was pointing out that in early December, the new website of the Tobago Assembly will be launched. And with that launch, we will also have the Tobago Pathway Project. Because what we did in our very first term in office, and I want to do a comparison in the same way my good friend and colleague from education did a comparison. When the government in THA changed in 2001, it was only in that government's second term in office that we saw the Comprehensive Economic Development Plan, the CEDP 1.0. In our first term in office, we are launching the development pathway 2025 to 2040. And that will be live and online so that Tobagonians can track the priorities of the government and how we plan to build out the development of this island. The Secretary for Finance also made mention of OCS spending $10 million for task-specific training program, and we have had languishing for a while the Tobago Public Service Academy initiative. And this has gone past more than one consecutive government. But this government is actually putting funding into this program to allow for the retraining, retooling of our public officers, including those who are on contract. And for areas where there is a deficit, like public procurement, we are insisting that we use our program at DATAS to ensure we train young Tobagonians to take up the slack. Also, at OCS, I'm happy to say that for the very first time, we have very specific votes for TEMA. Usually, we will go into vote 36 to provide relief for anything that happened, any natural disaster. But 36 is just extraordinary expenditure. And it means that the Office of the Chief Secretary also uses 36 for other extraordinary expenditure. Now we have a streamlined program that will allow for TEMA to be even more efficient and responsive to Tobagonians during a crisis. I'm happy, while I'm mentioning TEMA, to indicate that through our strategic partnerships, we have begun receiving equipment to treat with the sargassum challenge that we have, especially on the eastern coast of Tobago. And we received a tractor thus far. We have 2 more tractors to receive, boats and booms to receive, so that we can be equipped to fight against sargassum. We have also recently concluded the project started when I was sitting across there. I believe I was the 3rd person in those days seated on the left of you, Madam Presiding Officer. And I was there when we turned the sod for that facility, third facility at Speyside. And of course, because they can't build nothing good and finish nothing good, I had to become Chief Secretary to build it good and finish it good for the people of Tobago East. Because we want to be ready. We understand that with climate change, Madam Presiding Officer, the unpredictable can in fact happen. I want to close by telling those opposite that coming in this 99th hour with bright ideas that you got from the last mandate we campaigned on will not save you in the upcoming weeks or months. I want to advise you that if for 21 years, 15 of which you running Tobago and you running Trinidad, you could not get them to give you a tax-free city in Scarborough, why do you think Tobagonians will trust you to get it now? They will trust the people who were able to get in a short space of time an export license that they couldn't get from their colleagues in Trinidad. I don't know if in 21 years you didn't see the need for marinas and a proper port. Thank God we have done some work with the feasibility study. We put down Dopplers. We looked at wave action. We looked at mapping of the ocean floor. We did 3D rendering, paid for all of that. Went out to tender. And the only thing that prevented us from getting started on that was being able to get a government in Trinidad to sign off on a sovereign guarantee to get the private investment through the door for that project in Scarborough. So that is not a new project. That's already advanced. And I know that you might be experiencing some tabanka. But I want to advise the PNM, find another love beside Tobago, because Tobago is gone and she is not going back to her ex. Find another love. And I know the Secretary of Finance will come and speak about the matter of contractors. Because again, the minority councillors sought to mislead this House last sitting. When we got into office, we inherited a huge debt, a huge liability on our books. Over $900 million we owe to people on the development side and on the recurrent side. For those so-called Tobago contractors that they love to defend, we thank God we did an audit, and the audit has reduced how much we should pay to them. And that is what we have been diligently paying down. I want to say that to date, those 9 contractors, not the 100 and something in education who all benefit and get a piece of the pie, not those like in food security, where 100% of their contracts went to, building contracts went to Tobagonians, or tourism. Those 9 contractors to date have received collectively $91 million, $787,651. Wow. And I am prepared, Madam Presiding Officer, in the coming weeks and months to stand in the public square and put up pictures of the checks, the check numbers, when they were cashed, so that people will see who have been benefiting from Tobago taxpayers' money. And yes, there have been some Trinidadians that received contracts. But Madam President Officer, that's not new to the Tobago space. I didn't hear this cry against Trinidad contractors when Foster Cummings was doing contract in Tobago and doing shoddy work in Scarborough. Say, oh no, we can't use the classroom. I didn't hear it when the 30+ million was being spent to refurbish the market in Scarborough. I didn't hear it when they were building the fishing depot on the sand in Castara. But you see, I didn't hear it when they gave Rahal and them a sweetheart deal for Milshove, and I was still paying on now. But hypocrisy and pay them lives in the same house. And we are confident, Madam Presiding Officer, that we have operated above board. I am also confident that if prevented anybody did not operate above board, that our party and the system will deal with them. I am so confident, Madam Presiding Officer, that long before OPR decided to investigate ambulance, I instructed that all of the documents be sent to the OPR. And it was sent. I instructed, and they were sent, because it's more than one of them. Plenty of documents. All were sent to the OPR. So OPR had the documents a long time to do the investigation. Because I believe, Madam Presiding Officer, in transparency, and I am confident that when the chips are to fall, especially in the coming weeks and months, I am confident that you or somebody else will see us back here again. I am also confident that the enemies we see today will be abolished in the Red Sea. We shall not see them tomorrow. We shall not see them tomorrow. I am confident, like the member for Darrell Spring Wim, who gave away his seat last week. I am confident that the seat has already been given away. And I look forward to serving Tobago again, including serving at Tobago, where my good friends opposite return to being regular citizens of this blessed island. Because the love we have is to everybody, including those opposite who will not be here in the house when we return in a few months. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Councillor Roberts, you may now wrap up this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm so happy to be able to wrap up a debate such as this. I want to firstly thank my colleagues for supporting this motion, and your contributions were powerful, impactful, And I felt so proud and inspired today. And I want to encourage the people of Tobago to continue to stand firm with us, the Tobago People's Party, and vote overwhelmingly at the next election as we anchor fiscal stability, because we have outperformed 21 whole years in under 4 years. Don't forget, in the midst of political storms, political disruption, bad-mindedness, vindictiveness, and disruptive tactics. And you know, the member for Darrell Spring Wim on the opposite side admittedly said, when he did his contribution, that we have drifted away. For 21 years, the drifting started. And we drifted away from our moorings, and we recognize that, and the people of Tobago recognize that. But you know what? This administration had to use 4 years to bring this island back to a place of stability. In many regards, fiscal stability, political stability, financial stability, and even emotional stability. Because my colleague here was sharing in a grandfather's house, where he does not allow certain things to happen. There was an invasion of their space because of political pettiness. But because I am a secretary, a councillor, a member of this government that exercises accountability, the minority councillor asks for how we use the unspent balances for the last 4 years. And I will report to the people of Tobago and to this honorable house how the unspent balance was utilized from fiscal 2022 to 2025. In fiscal 2022, we utilized the unspent balance to supplement the CPEP program, because as we know, it has been underfunded. It continues to be underfunded at $19.1 million. And also the URP, the Unemployment Relief Program, we invested $30.46 million in URP in fiscal 2022. The Home Improvement Program received an investment of $10 million in fiscal 2022. And let me remind this honorable house that we received an empty unspent balance account. In fiscal 2023, the CPEP program again received the sum of $23.96 million. The Unemployment Relief Program, $60 million. Housing projects received $3 million, and the housing projects were Adventia, Bell Garden, and the Roxborough Town expansion. Agriculture access roads received from the unspent balances in fiscal 2023, $10,096,166. In fiscal 2024, CPEP received an investment of $23.7 million. The Unemployment Relief Program, $60.65 million. EID cut, a capital investment of $15 million. And we have also invested in the digitization and modernization of a procurement platform to the tune of $9.4 million. In fiscal 2025, we utilized the unspent balance to fund CPEP, $21.2 million, URP, $62.8 million. We paid contractors engaged by them prior to 2021, $10 million. We also paid the contractor who provided the road at Friendship Extension, $32.5 million. And we completed the acquisition of the Culloden Estate, which is a priority project in this fiscal for the development of the playing field, and we paid the balance of $16.8 million. So that was how the unspent balance was used. Take that and go and utilize that in the middle space. I want to respond to the naysayers who mocked the principle of strategic selectivity, which is our institutional framework. And I would say this, we understand your discomfort because for 21 years of chaos, confusion, and management by VAPs, this era of confusion, chaos, and management by VAPs has ended, unfortunately for you. Since December 2021, this administration has brought to order where there was disorder, structure where you all were improvising, and fiscal decency where there was fiscal recklessness. We are a government of discipline, not disorder. We are visionary. And I want to respond to the tagline, Tobago deserves better. Tobago took the pivotal and progressive action on December 6, 2021, as well as April 28, 2025, by voting against the PNM, a party of deception, regression, corruption, disorganization, divisiveness, visionless, and self-serving governance. Tobago really deserves better. They ran them out of office, and they will continue to run them forever. Speaking of imaginations, I heard they laughed and said Tobago redevelopment. They are doing a reimagination. Tobago reimagined. Now, when you talk of your imaginations, it's usually about a dream. But honorable members on this side, we have been dealing with real issues. Real Tobago issues. The real resources of $2.5 billion per year. Real resources. And we see the people of Tobago as real, not an imagination. I want to respond to the payment of contractors. And on Friday afternoon, I sat and I had to draft a response to the minority councillor. Now, she said that she spoke in the House, and I wasn't too concerned. But then I heard the media took up the misinformation, and I was disturbed. Because for far too long, Tobagonians have been fed lies. They fed lies for 21 years, they were voted out of office, and they feel that feeding lies will get them back in office. But today I want to put on record the real story. The member for Bethesda, Legislature, said that numbers don't lie. And I want to bring the numbers as evidence that we have not been blacklisting any contractor. As a matter of fact, I don't know if the members in this House know, and I want Tobagonians to know that we have paid the contractors that they engaged more than Trinidadian contractors in the 4-year term. And let me give you the numbers. 9 Tobago contractors were paid over the 3 years, because in the first fiscal, we had no monies to pay. As a matter of fact, we had to determine and verify the works that were done. And that took some time. We also had a forensic audit, which we used as a guide to pay contractors. So in year 1, which was fiscal 2023, we paid, and I don't know, I'll just remind you all where the former Prime Minister and Minister of Finance sent $100 million and thinking that the THA just pays money because money was sent. That's not how this administration operates. As a matter of fact, Secretary James indicates the process of verifying works, that it cannot be done not even in a week. Even when we try to pay contractors, there's a process of verifying the works for the payment of contractors. So we paid in fiscal 2023 to Tobago contractors $42.98 million, and that's only 3 contractors. In fiscal 2024, The same contractors that the members on the other side, their contractors, they engage them. We paid them $22.96 million in that year. In the same year, Trinidad contractor, you know how much I got? $1.98 million. When we were supposed to pay them more. But we sacrificed, you know why, for who? Tobago contractors. We have not been able to finish pay these contractors. You know why? Because we are sacrificing. Either we should pay Tobago contractors engaged by them, whom we have evidence that have invoiced us twice for jobs that were done once, invoiced us for works that were never done, materials not used, and overcharged us for works. We still pay these contractors. I go on to fiscal 2025. The same contractors. The sum of $25.8 million was paid in fiscal 2025. Included in that was a judgment where we lost a case and we paid the contractor all his monies based on the claims. That totaled $25 million. In the same year, fiscal 2025, we had to pay contractors King Peters Bay Road, Lamy Road, and the road where we drive so comfortably and feel as if we're not in Tobago. A total of $63.9 million was paid. But let me tell you, although I've called all those figures, the Tobago contractors were paid a total of $91.7 million. 3 contractors that did works that can be verified, we paid them a total of $65.9 million. 3 contractors. So to talk about spiriting away, who spirited away? It's spirited right here in Tobago. Tobago contractors. As a matter of fact, I was talking to the secretary, the chief secretary, and we were having a discussion on the priorities for fiscal 2026. And interestingly, one of the priorities for fiscal 2026 is to pay the same contractors based on verified works from the forensic auditor. And we have to balance whether we're going to pay Trinidad contractors and Tobago contractors, but we're going to pay all of them. The decision is to pay all contractors once we can verify that the works were done satisfactorily. And I think we need an applaud for that. I'm going to put it on record that both Trinidad contractors who would have done the works that we are satisfied with, and Tobago contractors who have done the work, I feel so sorry for Secretary James, because we spent so much money in 2020 and 2021 on roads that we can't even pay, included in the liabilities that I had to openly and publicly disclose today, included $165 million that we have to find in fiscal 2026, fiscal 2027, to pay for the roads that the Tobagonians have been complaining about. And the same member for Darrow Spring is complaining about the roads. It's the roads that they claim to fix. Hundreds of millions of dollars on roads. And we still have to find the money to pay that. We are balancing whether to pay those contractors and still have our development thrust for Tobago undertaken. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to get back to my points. This is the point where I would rest those things for now, because I know a time will come where we will enunciate and articulate all of these things to the people of Tobago. And I want to say that as Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy, I pride myself on truth. There is absolutely no way a contractor, a colleague, could encourage me to mislead the people of Tobago. I have been accountable, professional. I have led with decorum, even compassion. Because sometimes the chief secretary would say something and I say, no, chief, let's do it this other way. because I understand the Chief Secretary with his having to deal with 60,000 strong. Sometimes you have to make some hard decisions, and that's why sometimes you need a Secretary of Finance with that kind of compassion to break the mold. But I want to take this opportunity now to thank the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Chief Secretary, who is a remarkable leader. I want to thank him for the opportunity to serve, sir. I thought when you had asked me 3 times that it would have been, it was looking like such a mammoth task. But with God as my lead, as my guide, as my eyes, my ears, my mouth, my nose, my head, everything, God gave me the strength, the foresight, the wisdom to do this job. So I give him all the glory. I don't give myself. But everything, I owe it all to him. Chief Secretary, you have served this island and continue to guide this island with courage, vision, and compassion. And it is indeed an honor to serve under your leadership and to contribute to building Tobago with that grand transformative vision of making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. I also want to extend thanks and appreciation to my colleagues here for your unwavering support, the wisdom, the connections, and the lifelong bonds that I'm sure that we will keep as we continue to strengthen Tobago with our collective mission. I also want to thank my team at the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy, the Administrator, Mrs. Melissa James Guy, and also I have to single out my Chief Technical Advisor, Mr. Anselm Richards. And I also have a strategic team at the Division of Finance, Trade and Economy who are my arms and my help and my buttress during time as Secretary of Finance. I extend them for their excellence, their professionalism, and steadfast dedication to the journey of transforming Tobago. Now, as we move forward into 2026, and I'm sure it would be from 2026 to 2030, let us continue to govern with discipline, lead with integrity, and serve with humility towards the grand transformative vision towards making Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I also want to thank you for overseeing this House and the experience that I've had with you as the chair of the Legislature, the Tobago House of Assembly. I just want to say thank you very much for your overwhelming support. Thank you.
Members, this House is now suspended for 2 minutes.
The Tobago House of Assembly will reconvene for a special sitting on Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Get updates on motions, answers to special questions, and of course, front row access to heated debates. Wednesday, November 12th, we begin at 10 a.m. with the 47th sitting of the 2021-2025 session of the Tobago House of Assembly. As usual, you can either come in or tune in. Either way, don't miss it.
The question, what is autonomy? Autonomy is about people in Tobago having that right to determine for ourselves the kind of government we want, how we want our government to be structured.
Be seated. Honorable members, the question put is, whereas the Tobago House of Assembly, THA, in accordance with Section 41 of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, has fulfilled its statutory obligation by providing and submitting its draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal 2026 to the Cabinet before June 30th, 2025, and whereas the national budget provides a direct allocation of $2.96 billion to the THA, representing 5% of the national expenditure, together with an additional $763 million in project spending by central government ministries and agencies in Tobago, bringing the total effective allocation to $3.723 billion, or 6.3% of the national budget. And whereas this allocation reflects the government's recognition of Tobago's central role in national development and its confidence in the THA's capacity to translate fiscal resources into tangible, people-centered outcomes, and whereas the THA's fiscal 2026 agenda is anchored in its long-term vision to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet, and guided by the Strategic Development Planning Pathway 2025 to 2045, a framework that emphasizes transformation through innovation, inclusion, and accountability. And whereas in pursuit of this agenda, the THA would apply the principle of strategic selectivity to ensure that the resources so allocated are directed towards initiatives that yield the greatest developmental impact across education and human capital development, infrastructure, tourism, and the creative economy, agriculture, community advancement, digital transformation, and healthcare. And be it resolved that this House recognizes the fiscal 2026 allocation to Tobago, inclusive of direct and ministry-implemented funding, as a critical enabler for advancing the island's development agenda and for deepening collaboration between the Tobago House of Assembly and the central government. And be it further resolved that this House endorses the Tobago House of Assembly's policy direction for fiscal 2026, which applies the principle of strategic selectivity to guide disciplined implementation, ensure fiscal responsibility, and deliver measurable improvements in the quality of life of the people of Tobago. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I rise at this time to acknowledge the journey of stewardship, service, and sacrifice that brought us to this place. We came into office on the heels of COVID-19 and at a time of uncertainty, but we leave behind a record of resilience, a record written in the stories of Tobagonians who dared to believe that our island could chart its own course with dignity and determination. Today, I wish to ask that this House invoke Section 22(1) of Act 40 of 1996 to bring this session of the Tobago House of Assembly to a formal close. I am confident, Madam Presiding Officer, that this dissolution does not signal an ending. Rather, it signals a renewal. The baton returns to the people of Tobago where it rightly belongs, so that they may once again decide who will guide the destiny of this, the greatest little island on the planet. But before you ask for a vote on this resolution, Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to thank every single assemblyman, every councillor, you, Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Administrator, administrators, the clerk of this House, public officers, the staff of the Assembly Legislature, and citizens who in large or in quiet ways lent strength to the work of this government. To the people of Tobago, thank you for your patience, your criticisms, your faith, and your fire. The work continues. The story of Tobago is still being written. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, as the curtains fall on this term, may history record not just that we built, but how we served, faithfully, fearlessly, and for Tobago always. And with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House votes on a resolution in accordance with Section 22(1) of the THA Act.
Members, the question put is that in accordance with Section 22(1) of the Tobago House of Assembly Act 40 of 1996, I beg to move that this House now be dissolved. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried. And before we leave, I would just like to say thank you. Thank you for an interesting yet very rewarding 4 years. And as I take my leave, I don't do it with sadness, but with the utmost pride of having served not only this institution, but the people of Tobago. So for the final time, clerk. You dissolve? Oh. We are dissolved. It's been an honor, everyone.
We can't adjourn.